And welcome everybody to the quarterfinals of the Risen Proving Grounds. I will be your host for the evening, Ravish and Ravish. Oh, here today for the very first time by Icarus and Thousand Eyes here, baby. And we almost about ready to get into it with our only match of the night. It is going to be the sister teams going at it. The team with more stock splits than Tesla coming at you here, man. It's going to be a new versus a new Blaze. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, people watching around the world, and my cashies tonight. How you guys doing? You guys okay? You guys good? You guys feeling it?
I'm doing pretty all right. A little low on sleep myself, but really hyped and still excited for the series between ANEW and Blaze. We do have Pro Draft already going in the background, so we'll get that thrown up for you guys in just a second here. But I'm super excited. Thousand Eyes, are you excited?
I'm very excited, and I'm very excited to completely mix up which team is which because they are both ANEW.
Absolutely. It's gonna be so weird trying to get these two teams straight. So I think we're just gonna do ANEW and a Blaze for the audience at home. If you guys want to keep track of these two teams and how we refer to them, we were kind of talking about it off screen, so that's what we're gonna refer to them as. But running through the bans really quick, Lucian, Seraphine, Kindred covered by ANEW, and a Blaze coming out with the Talia, Pantheon, and Italy so far.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see that. The Seraphine has kind of been like a big one that has been played a lot more mid lately, and there is the Olaf, and this is the one that everyone's been banning, especially in like top tier pro play, because it just takes over the game with the Gore Drinker. So I'm a little surprised that they focused on getting stuff like the Pantheon out over that.
See, what I see more often than not here as well, especially on the side of ANEW, they generally like to go ahead and snowball a lot of their early leads, right? Especially focused around the top, especially focused on the top side, mid-jungle synergy that they like to bring out. So I'm not surprised that they're trying to go ahead and pick the strong early picks and looking to treat some advantages with the Olaf, and also coming in with the Aphelios Thresh at the end, matched by Kaisa and the Alistar at the end. So on both ends, some really solid scaling picks. So I'm liking the Kaisa Alistar a little bit more going off of that purple combo here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see that the Jhin managed to fall through draft here. That champion has been absolutely terrorizing solo queue for the past several patches, actually. Gale Force, such an insanely strong item on him because he's allowed to finish off a lot of kills that normally he wouldn't be able to get with that dash forward into a fourth shot or into an auto queue. But Aphelios, I've heard rumors up the grapevine that he's starting to make his way back. Those hurricane changes that came in recently really doing some huge work for him, dropping the price down on that back down to 20 or 2,500, so he can actually afford to hit that second item early on and start abusing a lot of the different gun types that he has. You know, the Infernum, the Graviton, all those different types of utility auto attacks that he gets. He's going to be able to abuse a bit more here now that Hurricane is a much more affordable item.
Yeah, it was one that, like, it's not that Jhin is weaker, it's that because of Hurricane, a lot of AD carries got stronger and can compete with him. And as we are getting into the second ban phase here, we do see Ornn being taken away. Alorum has been playing a lot of tanks, and I'm assuming that especially when you're up against somebody like Hate It here, who is just really aggro, they're gonna put him on an island and just have him try and soak up as much pressure as he can. But without somebody like an Ornn, that makes it a lot harder to do.
More often than not here, I would imagine too, with the way that ANEW's been playing so far across this tournament, right? Because both these teams are 4-1, and they both had the respectable share of absolute smashes across the bracket. I'm hoping that both of them absolutely go the distance here. You know, go for 5 games if possible. Let's go ahead, really see you go duke it out. Because Axcalic said, right, if you have to go ahead and drop some games for content, by all means, be my guest. I would absolutely love that here, but I am expecting to see some strong top side picks, right? Because look, Camille is still open. Even the Aurelia, in my opinion, should be a possibility.
And we can't forget that as much as people want to win these tournaments are also to show off players individually. Risen being a tier 2 org means that whoever wins this game gets to go up against, I believe it is Evil Genius's Prodigy in the semifinals coming up. And so if whoever wins that gets to go on to finals, they start accruing points towards themselves for the Scouting Grounds League that's held by Riot. So this tournament is huge for these teams. You don't just want the wins, you want to win in ways that are going to show off your players and just kind of style on your opponents as much as possible. Orianna, not exactly the best style of champions. A solid pick that you have to have in your arsenal if you're a mid laner on the side of ANEW Blaze. Azir and Akali, though, a couple of more stylish champions. I'm personally a huge fan of the bird in the mid lane, the Birdman in the mid lane. We have two birds in the mid lane, but I'm a huge fan of the Azir.
Oh, it's
and
locked.
Akali being locked in as well. Like, I knew it was really going for the content tonight, boys. I'm excited.
I was just about to say they're not gonna lock that in, but yeah, they're gonna lock it in, and that is exactly why ANEW Blaze did not show their top laner, because they were like, we need to know what the heck we're fighting up here, because with Haiti here, that could be anything, and it's gonna be the Akali, and that is probably the Scion gonna lock in. Actually, no, the Gragas instead. Now, I'm curious because I've seen a couple of different builds for Gragas. Usually it's the AP Gragas, but the top tanked Gragas is also something I've seen a little bit here and there. I'm gonna run on the assumption it's the Phase Rush with the full AP build, which is gonna make these team fights just absurdly bursty when you look at that composition. But I mean, it still could be the tank if they want to run that.
So, I do want to mention really quickly for everyone at home, we are doing this on Pro Draft, and there was a chat between the players. This 5th pick is actually not going to be the Gragas. It's going to be a Lulu top lane instead. And I personally like that a lot better than this Gragas. I thought the Gragas was a little bit weird. Like, you have ways of outplaying the Akali, but it requires more prediction than anything else, and it's kind of putting yourself in a bad spot. However, the Lulu is great. Akali tries to overcommit to a fight. You have the polymorph available. You have the range advantage, so you can harass this Akali out of lane. And it's kind of that weak side that we were expecting Alorum to be playing a support in the top lane that can kind of just stand herself and, you know, use the wild growth, use the shield, and use the polymorph in order to prevent Akali from ever really picking up these kills. So hate it here is really going to hate it in the top lane, because range versus melee matchups, especially versus the likes of a Lulu, does not sound like a fun matchup.
Man, I'm gonna say real quick too here on that as well. I've been in that matchup here more often than not. It's every sort of weak side matchup you can imagine. I've played it on the losing end, especially, and it's now with the Lulu arising more and more within priority, especially with the top side as well, because you know you pick her more so for the utility as well. But Lulu, depending on the build, can actually have a surprising amount of raw damage output as well. But the main reason you do her, and you actually nail the coffin right on the nail here, Chris. Which words are hard, right? It's
English is a difficult language. I don't blame you.
And another nail.
It's my 4th language.
Oh, jeez. I do not blame you. That's overall besides the point, though, right? Especially if you're looking at what ANEW wants to do to that, being the esports, right? With the Olaf, along with the Akali, and even the Thresh as well. They have a lot of threats that are immediately able to dive face first into the Blaze's composition. So all it takes is a touch of a polymorph, and suddenly you're wondering what you can and can't do, right? So fantastic for disengaging, slow to the pace of the fight, which is what I imagine Blaze wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I have not seen a lot of Lulu top. I've seen like little rumblings of it here and there, but it definitely, as far as like the matchup goes, like that is definitely one Lulu will be favored in. And it works well with their composition because Karthus can run in, get the Lulu ult, and just stay alive, die exactly where he needs to, and then get the huge ultimate down and all that AoE damage. But it does mean that your top lane just is like very like viable of getting just completely controlled. Akali can roll over Lulu if you're not careful with it and if you're not familiar enough with that matchup. So that is going to be one of the lanes that I'm really going to keep an eye on, because if it does start tilting towards Akali, it's going to go off the rails very quickly.
I'm concerned about for a Blaze, though, is their lack of damage diversity within the team. They're running the
Mhm.
Orianna, the Karthus, a Lulu in a top lane, and then Kai'Sa for the AD carry. Kai'Sa tends to want to build a little bit more magic damage, especially with how her passive works, being magic damage and wanting to get the upgraded version of her Void Seeker. So there's a lot of AP damage coming over from the Ablaze side. Meanwhile, on ANEW, they have Aphelios as a straight AD option. They have Azir and Akali as two AP options, and then an early game Olaf who's going to force armor out of their team, out of the enemy team. It feels like they have a great amount of damage portfolio for themselves. Granted, ANEW doesn't have necessarily a pure tank, but Olaf tends to want to build in towards that tanky build as the game goes on, and picking up a Spirit Visage, maybe second, third, or even fourth item for the side of Olaf alongside a Merc Treads and the Gore Drinker is only going to make him that much tankier, considering he already wants to build this kind of drain tank, survive in the middle of a fight by getting low and then healing my way back up. And so building that Spirit Visage, which is an excellent MR item here, is going to feel so great for the side of Anda on ANEW here. So I'm terrified to see how Ablaze is going to be able to take these fights once some MR items start coming in for the Olaf, for the Thresh, and they have to like deal with the lack of damage variety on their team.
Now, overall itemization right here, gentlemen. What I do want to go ahead and ask you all from opinions of both of you. What are you looking out for in both of the composition? Where do you find that both these 5 stacks will be able to thrive?
I mean, for me, I'm really looking at that top lane and jungle matchup. Obviously, we talked about that with the Akali and Lulu a little bit, but with
Yeah.
the Olaf into the Karthus, Olaf can just obliterate Karthus if you find him at the wrong time. And that is, once again, a snowball heavy matchup that whoever is going to get ahead is going to be able to just completely control it. So Anda has a little bit more breathing room in this, but it's definitely one that if I am playing the Karthus, I am constantly scared and trying to ward defensively to avoid getting invaded on.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Ablaze to make anything happen early. I'm looking more towards the bottom lane. I want to see if for the side of Ablaze, we know that top side is going to be hard for ANEW, but the jungle is going to be the biggest deciding factor here. I want to see how the bottom side of the map is going to be played out by both of these teams. Are one of these teams going to find a natural advantage over the other? If Alistar makes a great pick onto Aphelios, it could be mean some good news for Ablaze, but the same thing could be said for Thresh. If ANEW is able to find a pick onto the Kai'Sa using that death sentence, then it could easily flip either way. So that bot lane is really where I'm going to be looking for some kind of vacuum pressure to be created by both of these teams.
Fantastic picks across the board because we need it within both of these teams. A fantastic rivalry. I imagine they've been scrimming each other for as long as possible, considering they're under the overall same banner. Though, the final question for me, gentlemen, for you both is: what are your predictions? Which team has the advantage? Give me a score. What's it going to be? 3-1, 3-2? Who's
I want to say it's going to be 3-1 for ANEW.
okay?
I'm absolutely open to being wrong on that, but that is what my gut is telling me, and I'm just going to go with my gut.
Okay.
I'm getting the same vibes, but to be different here, I'm going to say 3-2 ANEW. I believe in Ablaze. I believe that they can at least pull 2 games off of ANEW here. So far, I'm liking the draft out of ANEW a little bit better than Ablaze, but I think that that's something that can be fixed in between games. It might just be a red side issue, and if we see it switch back and forth, we might go all 5 games in this series. So I'm super excited, though.
And with that all being said, gentlemen, we will go ahead and load Arthur very, very shortly. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on Risen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're hopping into game 1 on the Rift here. On the blue side, we have ANEW. On the red side, we have a Blaze. And starting off into this early game, I'm curious to see if we're going to see any kind of aggressive level 1s coming out here by ANEW. They are grouping up 4 people on the top side of this map. They might be looking for some aggressive wards.
Yeah, they are. Oh, yeah, they definitely are. On just popping the ghost here.
Yeah, that's going to be an early ghost coming out of ANEW. We were talking about this Olaf versus Karthus matchup. Is he going to be forced to use the flash? He doesn't have flash. He has exhaust. He goes down. Hits a 5-second first blood to start off our quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen. Olaf starting this game off strong. He has time to go back for a long sword. Oh no.
I feel like that's one of those times where you're just so used to maybe having that flash that you're sitting there protecting the jungle like you have it, and then you get hit by that axe, look over at your summoner spells, and go, "Oh no."
For a second, just be, oh, that's right. I didn't take that summoner spell today.
Yeah. Just look back at the Nexus and see the flash in the case, like, oh.
It's just, oh, that is right. And he gets the blue buff steal here. Luckily for the side of a Blaze, though, Palak Paneer is going to be able to find the blue buff on the enemy team. They read this one out. They will be able to trade blue buffs here, but a first blood for Olaf is never a good thing, especially considering it's the hands of Anda, a previous LCS pro, if we might quickly mention here. But it's going to look like it's going to be just trading jungles for the most part in the early game here after giving up that first blood.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a weird kind of setup for the junglers because you have Palak Paneer on the top side with that Lulu, which is not where you'd really want to be because you expect Alorum to just soak up that pressure, while Anda's on the bot side there and able to just completely control this bot side if they start fighting. But speaking of fighting, there is a lot of trading mid lane.
There's always going to be a lot of trading in the mid lane, in every lane, really, as we do jump back to the bot side as well. More trading across the map here. Fire dropping down extremely low, though, as Dark Wings is trying his best to gain some advantage. And this mid lane matchup is going to be pretty even across the board. 2 control mages makes it hard, but I feel like Orianna's going to have a bit of the early game advantage. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Value almost picks up Breezy there. One last auto attack is barely not going to be able to do it as a potion was forced out by this Alistar.
Yeah, the heal from Raheen and the exhaust from Big T used in that. So definitely playing on the back foot here in the bot side for a Blaze, as they are just going to be kind of trying to soak up. Level 2 did not come through, and once that level 2's on the Aphelios, that's when you got to start playing scared and wonder how many years it's been.
Yeah, and I mean, 200 years, looking a little bit more like 150 recently. I'm gonna be honest, flash forward by Alorum. He does find the pixie dust coming out there. Alorum on the top lane, Lulu putting clinic on against his opponent here, showing them why they switched from the Gragas to the Lulu, getting a 1v1 for himself.
Yeah, Lulu's early damage is not something that you really want to mess with. She is capable of.
No, you hate it.
Yeah, you don't mess around with it. She is a bit of a lane bully as a support in the bot lane, so the base damages are there, and Akali just not there just yet. So that is why Alorum's able to pull that 1v1 out.
Yeah, disgusting 1v1 in the top lane, and let's just get a quick F in chat for everyone. Hate it here, trying to get that flash forward into the shuriken toss. Unfortunately, does not land the shuriken toss. Meanwhile, bot lane, that sentence stun land onto Breezy. Value is just going to use that Severum one last time in order to create some distance between him and Breezy and not get engaged on. And he's going to lose half of this Alistar's health bar once again. It seems like this Alistar is not able to find the openings he needs to find in the bot lane in order to get any kind of pressure.
Yeah, and it's really hard to do just with how far back Aphelios can be with the Calibrum there, so that is just not a fun time. Thresh can zone them out as long as they're keeping the wave where they need it to. Alistar's always going to be struggling in this lane once that health bar gets below like half or so.
Ooh, both junglers are heading down towards the bottom side of the map currently. Alistar finally going forward. Headbutt pulverized goes on to value. Raheem is trying to get in. Flash out by the Alistar in order to buy some time, but Enda is going forward. The exhaust has been used in order to stop this Olaf from going on a rampage. But one more Graviton, Brock coming out of value is going to be able to find the kill. Olaf still too strong in the early game. Karthus is not going to be enough. The teleport from Alarm coming in will be able to finish off the Aphelios, but sacrifices his life and a massive wave in the top lane. 3 for 1 at the end of the day, and ANEW is starting this game off strong.
Yeah, Onda specifically starting this game off super strong. Alorum gets the 1v1, but that is not worth it in a trade there because you gave up all that pressure you had on the top side. You see Hate It here getting the plate for it. Alorum dying with the teleport down. So this is just not a good time, as you see the dragon will go down as well. Alorum, or Anda rather, does not have the flash, so...
Does Palik Paneer lose this? I think he does, to be completely... but Fire shows up in order to finish that one. A Brave Flash away from the Shockwave. He's going to be able to escape away from this one. A couple more auto attacks, trying to zone out for the orb to come back. The ball is there, but he does not get the dissonance, unfortunately. The Thresh Lantern coming in. Dark Passage will be the Dark Passage to safety there.
Yeah, great flash there. And that was a lot closer than you might have expected it to be, as Palik Paneer just barely winning that fight, and that is a big shutdown. 600 gold into the Karthus's pockets, but yeah, Fire able to get the kill and get out alive, as Big T does save him on the outset there.
It has been a back and forth so far in this early game as we start. The first dragon already picked up by Onda, though. Great job there. We see both of these junglers still hovering towards the bottom side of the map. We're going and clearing a lot of their top side of the jungle. Onda is going to be in the bottom side of the map once again. That's going to be yet another Dark Passage coming in, and Breezy goes down once again. Or actually for the first time. He made it out last time, but another successful gank for Onda here. This time, the kill downloaded over to Value here and Invade. Ooh, Palik Paneer's dead here. There's not much he can do. It's lights for my flashless Karthus in the jungle. I am sorry, sir. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And once more lantern to safety.
Yeah, and you gotta question why you'd stay there on that blue buff right when you saw Olaf take down the Alistar. You're down one person in that area and they move up into the river. That's just really, really greedy jungle pathing, and Onda is already really big and now is gonna be big on the other side of the map.
And he finds the Alistar again. I swear I can hear old style cartoony music playing in the background. Meanwhile, topside Hate It here going in on Alorum. Did use both of the ultimate procs, but with the Lulu sitting at 1 health left, it is just a final couple of kunai thrown into the ground in order to finish that one off. And it feels like this game is just suddenly slipped out of Ablaze's hands.
Yeah, and it just goes back to that teleport play. Alorum going down. They had one lane that was really doing super well. The Orianna and the Azir were both kind of even. The Lulu was winning, but then the teleport happened, and now look at it. You have, you're 1 kill down. You are up a bunch of CS. You've gotten a tower plate, and now your jungler can control this top side because you have the pressure.
Yeah, and first Drake, first Herald, a couple of objectives pick up on their timers here. 8.5 minutes for the first Herald when it spawns at 8 minutes. Anda is playing at a breakneck pace this game. He has been around the map. He's been picking up kills everywhere he goes, and it's already resulted in a 4,000 gold lead. Hear that number again. 4,000 gold lead at 9 minutes.
Yeah,
and now they found Palik Paneer again.
Oh no, he lost the big chicken. He smited too early, and there it goes. This is just one of those tilting moments where you're just trying desperately to get yourself back into this game. Palik Paneer, they have to just hope they can hit this super late game here where this Karthus is scary, because right now this Olaf has the Gore Drinker, will be able to go wherever he wants, and you can even see it on the vision in the map there. That topside jungle is more Onda's than it is Palik Paneer's.
Throws out the shockwave in the mid lane. Looks like they might try to finish off Fire. They're going to commit the Requiem here, but Azir does not go down to that. Now it is Anda in the mid lane once again. Exhaust used in order to try and prevent him from going on a rampage, but he is too strong. Ragnarok comes out. 2 kills given over to ANEW.
Five Fire survives it at the end, and Paneer's just sitting there tanking the turret as Honda chases down Darkwings, and just they lose that fight horribly, about as horribly as you could have. And that's going to be the Rift Herald used in the mid lane for a bunch of plates, if not first tower.
This game just keeps on giving. That's going to be
Oh,
a
no.
landed
He's gonna
shuriken toss
die.
onto Alorum. Is here. Hate It here going to be able to finish off the kill. He does not want to commit the ultimate in the top lane, so instead Alorum is able to back off just for now, but he is dropped below half health. A scary situation for this immobile Lulu in the top lane.
Yeah, and there is, you see the second charge from Shelly coming in. And I do want to point out here, Alorum's at a very big power trough in this lane here, as Hate It here could go in on that, will not, because the first item is the Moonstone, because that's not providing any extra heals to himself. It's only going to heal other people. So that Moonstone is not accomplishing anything in that 1v1 lane. And that is not going to be a big power spike compared to when this Akali finally does hit that first item.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the items as well. Akali going straight for a pair of Merc Treads. We see a lot of those No Magic Mantles being picked up fairly early on here from the side of ANEW, because they know that the enemy team is just stacking all that magic damage that we mentioned in Champion Select. And with Lulu building that Moonstone first on top of the early Merc Treads, Alorum does no damage here in the top side of the map. Five Fire rotating up here. He's just gonna find the Shurima Shuffle. Great polymorph into a flash. The Wild Growth will keep him alive just for now. Five Fire taking one more auto attack from the turret, but it's not gonna be enough. He barely makes it out. No, he bleeds to death. Alorum goes down on the top side of the map. Hate It here though is trying to outplay Darklings. Oh my goodness, the cleanness of second procs on the ultimate there. Hate It here perfectly times out that shockwave.
I think he's loving it here. There's just a lot of people coming up and giving him tons of kills. That is one of the most clean Akali plays I have ever seen. Dodging that Orianna ultimate, coming out with the kill cleanly, and Alorum, yeah, just trying to run away. Thought he was gone, but ended up going down to the Leandry's burn at the end of the day.
Yeah, and honestly, it brings a tear to my eye to see just how far ANEW is pushing their lead here. We finally get to see some teams that are able to push their advantages here. Once again, Anda finding Breezy in his own jungle. The death sentence from over the wall. Like, ladies and gentlemen, it does not get more textbook perfect on how to roll an enemy team. The only person you have to fear is yourself here, because ANEW is beating ANEW, as Hate It here picks up another kill. The Requiem coming out just to try and find something across the map, but no kills are given over here as Paneer is dead for the 6th time in 13 minutes this game.
Yeah, this is not looking too great here. Paneer just dying for Raptors is the state of the game for Ablaze right now, and that's not a state that you really enjoy seeing, as Raheen is now stuck 1v2ing, as Breezy is sitting in that mid lane trying to keep Darkwings alive, and just everything is falling apart right now. The only real option, as you do see Raheen.
Oh, it's so gross. Like, I don't even have time to respond to that. Value goes in with the Gale Force, picks up the kill with complete disregard for turrets, for where Raheen is, for summoner spells. Like, he just doesn't care. They're sitting at a 10k gold lead at 14 minutes.
Yeah, and the only option that Ablaze really have is trying to salvage this and get into the late game, but there is just no way to do so, as you see Alorum's gonna end up going down again here probably.
The wall comes out, the Shurima Shuffle not able to do a whole lot. Shutdown goes over to Alorum. One of the few known facts is that if you try to zero wall somebody into a wall, they don't move. They just kind of bounce for a second there. So the angle not quite there. Hate It here, though, will be able to finish that one off. Breezy comes into the top side. A couple more. Shuriken throws a couple more auto attacks. Hate It here barely misses the E, so he's not going to be able to re-engage. But Anda showing up with the Axis has decided he has not had enough beef tonight, so he's trying to find the cow once again.
Yeah, Breezy just running up, wondering if there's a little more gold he could stick into Akali's pocket, but just gives him a little pat on the back, runs away. As we do see Dragon will be spawning in a minute and 40, and right now it is just all hands on deck in the bot side because this top side, it belongs to ANEW and it belongs to Onda right now.
It is a completely terrifying game. It is actually going to be a surrender coming in by Ablaze here. I mean, part of me is like, you shouldn't surrender a game. The other part of me is saying that 10k cold difference at 15 minutes into this one, you don't come back. Like, relatively speaking, what do you do in that situation in order to bring it back? It's so hard. It's so difficult.
Yeah, the game was just completely out of their hands. And I think at that point, yeah, you just try and get the mental reset and say, all right, this comp did not work. We just did not foresee X, Y, and Z. And you reset, you try and get into something new and don't put yourself, further into that position when the possibilities of winning are just so inescapably low that it's not worth playing.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
what happened? Like,
A lot.
I promise you, I was like, okay, we're gonna go hop into game. Let me go ahead and grab a cup of water. I come back, it's 13-2. What? So go ahead and specifically break down that early game for me, especially those initial dives that came in, because ANEW came out the gate swinging like they were at a batting cage, and they didn't stop hitting balls.
Yeah, the big place to start is Alorum was the one bright spot that was on Ablaze, got the early solo kill, and seemed like, oh, hey, they didn't respect the early game Lulu has. They might actually be able to make this into more of an even lane than a losing lane. But then the bot side happened, and not just did they lose the fight in bot side, they also had a Lorem TP down and lose any opportunity that they had in terms of winning that top side more.
Yeah, and Icarus, too, you were talking about that as well, about how volatile that bot lane was going to be, especially when looking at the draft, about how any of those early plays could really swing the tides. I mean, bro, just forget a tide. This was an entire wave.
I mean, this entire game, it's not even just bot side. Let's be real. This entire map got dominated by ANEW.
Yeah.
The first blood going over to Olaf, Anda just kind of decided, I'm early game Olaf, and this is my game of League of Legends. Nobody else gets to have fun, and except for my team, of course. Maybe Hate It here can have some fun with Kali in the top lane. How about the rest of my teammates? And I mean, when Palak Paneer revealed that he had no flash versus an Olaf, you're already playing a late game jungler who needs to scale, who needs to stay safe in the early game, and then you decide not to take a flash versus one of the strongest, if not the strongest early game invading style junglers. Of course, you're going to expect that Onda, an ex LCS pro, knows how to play that matchup and is going to abuse you like nobody else's business. So maybe take away the Olaf, maybe put yourself on a better early game jungler in that situation, or at the very least, you gotta be prepared to take flash and to play super, super defensive, give over your camps in the early game, and scale as best as you can.
Bro, Under decided right from the beginning, your jungle? No, our jungle.
Yeah.
And immediately took over the entire top side of the map, at least, and it was complete snowball effect from there here, yo. But also, I'll also go ahead and go to you next. What do you want to see out of Blaze to go and change up going to the next game?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I want to keep seeing the Karthus if they're not taking away that Olaf. You got to have something that's a little bit more passive, because otherwise you're gonna get more of what we saw here. I think the Lulu top actually worked out okay. They just needed to pick something up bot lane that, if it loses, can lose a little bit more gracefully. Because Alistar is such kind of a binary champion of, you're either doing really well and can go in and fight people, or you really need to play so far back that you're almost not contributing anything. And that was the second half that we saw in this game. And once it hit a point where Palak Paneer was dying just to try and secure chickens, we're in a state where Alistar, ahead or behind, is not going to do much of anything.
So, fun fact for you all, I don't know if you may not know. So, I am actually a Indian man here, right? So, it's like so palak paneer is actually traditional Indian thing you make where it's made with spinach and basically Indian cottage cheese. What's the mishmash of things which all go ahead come together to create this beautiful nice assimilation here. Now, unfortunately, Paul Quinn wasn't allowed to assimilate with his team at all. He was isolated and taken down, and then he pretty much just stayed separate the entire time. A whole just bang grenades to one hand, waiting to become whole. It's
He
a
was eaten
tragic.
alive.
He really was raw too. He wasn't even get cooked. He barely, like you mentioned here, man. He barely got 2 Qs off before he could do anything. A tragic happenstance.
At the end of the day, I think that a lot of this issue wasn't just their play, though. Like, these players are good. They had some shining moments. Like you mentioned, Alorm in the top lane did a fantastic job with that early game Lulu picking up a solo kill. And I honestly think that the Orianna pick was working fine for a majority of the
Hmm.
game. He wasn't struggling. It was just pure gold difference from across the map that caused for Dark Queens to struggle in the mid lane. He couldn't outdeal Anda. He couldn't outfight Hate It here because they just had so much gold advantage. I
Yeah.
think purely a lot of this issue was just in draft. They didn't draft any kind of early game advantage, so they had no way to stop this Olaf from taking over the game. I guess Alorum was their one winning lane, but it wasn't even necessarily a winning lane if you have him go the
Yeah.
Moonshine item. It's just a, hey, don't lose to a Kali lane. Oriana scales, Karthus scales, and Kaisa scales. Where is going to be your early game? Where are you looking to take an early game advantage and try and win in during the early stages? You have to have some kind of avenue, some plan of attack for the first 10 minutes of the game here. And they didn't have a plan of attack for the first 10 minutes. And so when Anda comes in at minute 1 and gets first blood and is just taking over the game from the first second, there's nothing really much they can do. So going back to draft, figuring out where they want to be playing for their strong side at the start of the game is going to be a huge first adaptation that I want to see out of a Blaze.
And let's see if they are able to do so. We're gonna cut it to a very short break. When we come back, we will have game number 2 between ANEW and ANEW. And welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 between ANEW Blaze and ANEW Esports here. Now, game number 1 was it was what you would call a tough time, especially for the size of ANEW Blaze. It was, the unfortunately snowballed completely, and one might even say it was the biggest snowball ever, but no Nunu was being played, unfortunately. As you add on into game number 2 here, let's see if they can go ahead and fix some of the patches, take away the Olaf, and move forward, here, gentlemen, as the draft is already underway.
Yeah, it takes a special kind. Oh, I'm so sorry for interrupting every time, but it takes a special kind of pub stopping in order to get a team to forfeit a 15-minute game in quarterfinals of Risen League here. So like that kind of explains to you how that game was going. It just poor draft, poor execution on top of it, and I'm not expecting to see that kind of a game in the series again here. We do see the Olaf being banned alongside the Talia and Aphelios, whereas Seraphine and Lucian still being banned up by the side of ANEW here.
Yeah, the Olaf is taken away. We do have a little bit of relief here, and the AD carries are taken out. So we are getting a clean new AD carry, and you have to imagine Jhin is going to be up there as a hot pick, as it is hovered right now. So that is kind of the next tier. Aphelios and Kaisa are the mega picks right now, and then Jhin, Misfortune, those are the next down the list. So Jhin gonna be taken up. Jhin, very great, works in almost every kind of composition, and with the Olaf ban, you don't have to worry about people just running him down. So already, I like Ablaze's team composition and drafting better this time around.
Now, I imagine more often than not, what I've seen as a response to the Jhin, especially with these very strong picks, is the Pantheon and the MF to go along with it. And there's the Pantho to come in at that first pick. On the other end, it was banned at game number 1, but coming in game number 2, man, I expect to see the same sort of aggression utilized, through the Olaf 2 coming out to the side of it yet again. But Samira, as well as another pick too that goes. I mean, like I see here and there, especially depending on the comfort of the overall ADC, but okay, Samir is a pick. Very interesting. That over mid-range team fighting and heavy dive potential. If we see a Rel, I'm gonna be hyped.
I don't know if we're gonna see the Rel. The Alistar is being hovered right now. I'd love to see a Rel. I love Rel, but yeah. One quick note about the Pantheon is we don't know where this is gonna go. Pantheon support has been falling off, and solo lane Pantheon has been popping up more.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting flex picks for sure out of ANEW here. I'm personally not a fan of the Samira pick.
Same.
I think that it's too short range here. Also, little known fact, Deadly Flourish does not get blocked out by Samira's AoE wind wall. It's not considered a projectile, it's considered a laser instead. And so you can still be rooted on the Samira, and showing the Samira this early as well allowed for the free Alistar pickup from Ablaze here. Also the Victor, another fantastic pick into the Samira. You're able to throw down the static field as well as the death laser, and you're going to be able to just chunk out the Samira without her being able to block any kind of that damage. She has to jump into this Victor, so she also has to deal with the gravitational field and the headbutt pulverize and the Jhin deadly flourish. Like, there's just so many things that Ablaze now can draft to stop the Samira from popping off that is just going to be a complete struggle for the side of ANEW to deal with.
Meanwhile, on the other end, though, the Akali will still reign supreme. So imagine we'll see that yet again going on at the top side. But on the other, ANEW Blaze bringing out some new ways to disengage, here, gentlemen, with the side of the Victor, though. So still the same sort of scale that we saw in game number 1 from them. So not exactly the over Yana pick, but Victor on its own. I personally find that if given enough time to sit back in lane and farm and do his thing, he gets absolutely disgustingly strong too. And plus, considering he's go ahead, put another gravity field and stop a lot of what is essentially right now just a W key on the side of ANEW Esports.
Yeah, but I'm looking at my watch, and we barely hit 15 minutes in the last game, so I'm a little concerned about them taking the Victor and trying to scale up. I do think, yeah, the Samira pick there, not the best in terms of drafting, because Leona is a huge pick right now. She's super strong at support, and her E is a projectile. Samira can block that. Alistar, she can't do anything against. And that is a much like they could have baited out the Leona expecting the MF to come through and then go for the Samira instead. As we do see the Lilia is going to be banned, as well as Vayne and Scion are the other bans that have been missed here. So unfortunately don't have those on the screen as we are getting now. Gonna be starting to see where this Pantheon is finally gonna end up.
I'm a little concerned about the draft from ANEW so far. One of the big counters to Jhin, and Jin's, the reason I'm so focused on Jhin here is because Jhin is one of those just AD carries at the moment that can take over a game if he's given an avenue to do so. And a big way that Jhin is given an avenue to do so is through the drafting phase. Jhin does not like tanks. And I am looking at the ANEW lineup so far. There is not a single bruiser on their team outside of Pantheon, who we're assuming is going to be going support here because Akali can be flexed either at the top mid. I do think that this Pantheon's still going to be going bot. They do have the ability to flex it, but there's no real frontline member for ANEW here. And that just leaves open an entire avenue for a Blaze to just be three-shotting people the entirety of this game. Poppy, though, is going to be locked in. And again, I love this too. Like, it's going to counter so many people. Nidalee, Akali, Samira, Pantheon, they all have dashes. They all have jumps. A perfectly timed steadfast presence. And you have grounded the entire enemy team. I told you guys, it's going to be a draft diff in game 2 as well, but it's a flip side. This time, a Blaze is coming out with like such a big brain game plan here.
This was the sleeper pick that I wanted to see out of ANEW Blaze here, man. I'm a big fan of the Poppy personally, as you know, as a tag man. It's like, and honestly, Poppy is a champ which I think does not get the respect that it deserves. As I'm going to hold my breath. I'm going to hold and I'm going to wait until that red bar goes away to signify. Yes, it is. That's the Yone coming in from ANEW.
I'm about to disconnect from this call.
Oh man,
this is.
I am the content, boys. They do it for the content.
Yo,
I am.
Yo.
I'm hoping that ANEW knows something that I don't, because picking Yone into this like when you see this entire composition, Jhin is gonna be so far back. You have the Victor, the Poppy, the Alistar. Like, there's no way that you're gonna be able to go through all of this. Poppy is going to block so many people.
To be fair, though, I will say I've seen Five Fire in the Yone before, right? Especially in the previous game that we saw him, I believe, on the mainstream as well on Risen. It was Risen 1. He pulled off some absolutely disgusting flanks to go along with his team as well. The positioning that came out for them was huge, especially when they played around those dragon fights. That Yone is really where that shines. So I imagine that's what we'll see more of as well. They'll probably play a much slower game, go back and forth, waiting on where they want to actually engage and use their advantages, and then move forward with it. And the Five Fire, if he's able to put the same sort of flanks, I have a lot of faith in Yone because right now, man, with ANEW, their damage composition is it is so disgustingly high if they're allowed to do the same thing as game 1.
Yeah, and that's really just what this composition is. ANEW's composition is we're going to just pub stomp you. Whereas ANEW Blaze, they actually have some front lines, some malleability in their team composition. And like if they don't pub stomp, the game is just almost unwinnable.
I was about to say, like, it's not unwinnable for ANEW here, but they have to completely outplay their opponents at every turn in this game without missing a beat, or else ANEW is just gonna or a Blaze is just gonna take over this game because they have so much going for them in terms of like just pure out drafting their opponents here. I'm curious to see if ANEW can do it. Now, mind you, it is an extremely snowballing team. If I've ever seen a solo queue composition that's going to be able to speed run this game faster than they did in the last one of this series, like, this is it. You know what I mean? Samira, Akali, Nidalee, Yone, like, even Pantheon is a support who's not really a support. He's a bruiser disguised as a support, just how Brand isn't in a support. You know what I mean? But it's what happens when you lose? What happens when you don't do anything in the first 5 minutes of this game. Like,
What happens?
what then, ANEW? Like,
We're gonna
what's your game
speed run
plan?
a 5-game series is what we're gonna do.
What happens when you lose? That's the eternal question that I find that many people ask, especially when just sitting down at night, like they close their eyes, like, man, what happens when you lose, bro?
Look, I've been playing a lot of PvE to try and get some games of Viego in, and this looks like some of my PvE drafts. Like, and half those players don't speak English, so
Man,
it's an exciting field to play. If you really want the solo queue experience, I recommend getting a PvE account and just
mhm.
solo queuing it. It's a beautiful place.
Man, I think the overall content coming out from ANEW on both sides, it is absolutely full force here today, Master Calix. Thank you. You've done us a service by being here and allowing us to watch these fantastic matches, though. But that was nice. I'll go ahead and go to you first. What do you want to see out of the ANEW Blaze composition to make sure things go just a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, I think top lane is actually going to be a little bit harder for Alorum to pull the same kind of stuff off. So it's going to have to be definitely a much safer lane style than we saw from Alorum in game one. I really want to see a little more proactivity towards that bot side. Obviously, with the jungle matchup and the way things went, that forced the weird kind of pathing the that Anda was just kind of on that bot side constantly. I
Mhm.
want to see Rengar show up and help this Jhin and Alistar get that going, because that can be a huge, huge win condition for them in this game.
And Icarus going to you next year, though, on the side of ANEW, the main roster here. What are you looking at them to be able to do besides just press W key, of course?
I mean, it's going to be difficult. They kind of drafted themselves into a corner here where they have to outplay their opponents. Personally, I'm looking at Ando once again this game. If this Nidalee is able to get some of the lanes rolling, Rengar does have some strengths in the early game. Also has a lot of weaknesses though. His early game CDs can be fairly long, and if Anda is able to play some games with Palak in the jungle, use her range advantage in order to kite him out, get him low before going in for an execute, and start really shutting down Palak once again.
Mhm.
Rengar is one of those champions that doesn't do anything if he falls behind early, and if Anda's able to take that and bring it into his lanes with the Yone, with the Akali, with the Samira, those are champions that can pop off if he's able to start developing a lead for himself starting from the first couple of minutes.
Well, I will go in to see if if Anda's Nidalee does live up to the hype of Rafa cast Nidalee as well here, man. Because that's the only Nidalee I've been so far. So I'm sure he'll make Rafa proud. That all being said, here though, folks, we're going to load onto the rift in just 60 seconds. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on Risen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopping into game 2 here between ANEW versus ANEW. On the blue side, we are going to have the Ablaze version of this team, of these two teams, whereas the main roster is going to be heading up the red side this time around. And what an exciting draft we have. Whereas once again, we're getting some early invades from the ANEW composition.
Yeah. Breezy spotting out the invade, so we'll be able to just run away. Does have flash, so we'll be able to avoid some invages.
So does Palak. So does Palak. He's decided to
We've
take the summoner spell this time around.
that's
Improvements.
Dusted it off and said,
Upgrades, people.
That's a thing we need here. So as you can see, ANEW getting complete control of that red side. Once again, Anda just playing aggro as all heck. And on that top side there, just Viper actually not even getting any deep vision here. So this is definitely just an overall pre-minion spawn win for ANEW as opposed to Ablaze.
And I think we should note for the audience at home, Hate It here is Viper, the XLCS Pro as well. We are having a bit of a skirmish on the bottom side jungle here. Palak trying to go forward, dodging out the spear through the uprights for Anda there. Meanwhile, top side, Viper and Alorum. Looks like we just have an LCS matchup in the top lane here. They've been here before. They've fought this lane once in the past, I assure you, but so far, so much time being spent on this red buff. It's going to reset again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's painful.
That is unfortunate there, as top lane's just going back and forth, and yeah, you can see just the fleet footwork grasp fights are amazing. Palak very low though.
Oh, but he gets it. The red buff is going to be secured by this Rengar. Flashes from everybody coming out here. Breezy's able to come over the wall, but he's not able to quite get enough knockups. He's not buying enough time. Spears and bullets being chucked left and right by ANEW. Meanwhile, Yone has finally rotated over, getting the level 2 advantage since he did decide to go to the mid lane, try and pick up some of that farm in the early game. Was able to get just a couple more minions for himself, so the level 2 advantage. But it will be the red buff secured for Palak and so much time wasted by ANEW.
Yeah, and I mean, you say time wasted. I think for the most part you're correct, but it is important that Fire does get that early experience advantage, getting that level 2 first and having control of the wave in that mid lane, because with the way Victor can control mid lane waves, that is such a nice thing to have, as level 2 does come through here.
Ooh, that's really bad for Value here. He has to flash away. That's going to be followed by another flash, the Ignite, canceling out the heal, and Raheen picks up first blood in game 2.
Yeah, and that is just all the summoner spells down in that bot side now. So no Ignite from Big T, because that was used in that early skirmish there, and just not respecting that level 2 engage from Jin Alistar. Just a little bit sloppy play there.
Yeah, and that's something that I was really looking for the bot lane here in Ablaze. They want to try and use that level 2 advantage with Jin. And we mentioned Samira has such a short range in the early game that it's going to be difficult for Pantheon and Samira to try and get any kind of lane prio here, especially now that first blood has been picked up. It is going to be Steel Caps picked up first back for Raheen here. That's
I really like this, because you look at the team comp that is going to be getting onto this Jin. You have Samira diving in, you have Yone diving in, Pantheon, like all of the early game here. The damage is going to be coming outside of Nidalee from auto attacks. Even Nidalee to an extent with the Q. That is an auto attack modifier in the Cougar form.
Headbutt over is not quite landing there by Breezy. Now Palak coming over the wall. He's able to get into the bush. He's going to get one jump. He's going to go for a second. He does, but he's a little caught out here. Fortunately, the cannon minion stepping forward for him, so an easy passage out as he just walks to his turret for safety. But yeah, I agree. Steel Cap's such a wonderful pickup for Raheen. He's going to be taking no damage in these bot lane trades for quite a while.
Yeah, Raheen is going to have just complete control in this 1v1 just due to those steel caps. And now, Hate It here, Viper is, they are going to go for this dive here. This is very scary for Alorum.
Oh, teleport committed as well. That is going to be the steadfast presence used finally in order to try and buy some time, but it's not going to be enough. The Rengar shows up as well on top. Onda, that's a turret, buddy. You haven't dropped aggro just quite yet. Akali, you picked up as well. One more turret shot is going to be able to pick up too, but luckily for Viper, he's able to execute off of the back of that one, so it's not the worst of situations. 2-for-1 at the end of the day in terms of genuine kill pressure.
Ando just not watching tower aggro there, getting a little bit too deep in and giving the kill in over onto Alorum there, or actually rather to Palak, which is even better than Alorum. And yeah, just a little bit sloppy there. I thought it was clean. I thought it worked out, but then yeah, Viper just burning the flash, just not getting out still. But luckily, as you said, just an execute, no gold over.
Yeah, that's huge for this early game, not giving over the extra gold or experience for finishing off that kill. We are kind of taking a look at bot side as Raheen and Breezy are freezing this lane, not allowing Value and Big T to even come up in CS, already developing what is a 13 minion advantage for themselves. This wave will slowly push back out into the bottom lane of ANEW here now that Nilly has showed up. They might try and find a collapse. We'll have to keep an eye on what End is able to find here.
Yeah, I did actually want to note here, Breezy has the Aftershock rather than the Phase Rush that we did see in Game 1, and I really like that adaptation. We've seen a lot of Phase Rush Alistar because it's able to headbutt, pulverize, hit the trample, and get that move speed to chase people down. You don't need to chase people here. They are coming to you, and they have a lot of damage. So the Aftershock here, I think personally, is just the much better call and gives your team a lot more in-fight durability. So a good adaptation and not just kind of like blind taking the runes you know and use.
Yeah, and it's all about that adaptation. We did see in this game as well completely different drafts coming out, different bans, and that's what you love to see in these higher elo games. That's why both of these teams coming into the quarterfinals here are such high contenders for this series and for the entirety of this of the Risen tournament here, is because they do have the knowledge, they do have the coaches and the staff available to make these adaptations in between different games. We are 7.5 minutes into this game as we speak, and it looks like first Drake might be started up by Palak Paneer here, so we're gonna see if that first neutral objective will be picked up by the side of a Blaze with all the bot lane prio they have. Anda shows up. Smite is going to be true for the Rengar, though. Is he going to be able to back out here? Level 6 off of killing that dragon, pops the ultimate in order to get out. Flash of Big T. That is going to be a wombo combo of CC coming in from the ANEW team here. They say you do not get that dragon for free, and Palak goes down.
Yeah, caster curse there. As soon as I said he was good, the flash over from Big T to hit that stun and the immediate follow-up. As you can see, the damage on this team is not one you want to mess with, and that is kind of the capability that really can come out when you give them the opportunity to jump on somebody.
Yeah, and that's going to be the second kill picked up for Firefire as well. He is sitting a little under 10 CS down currently, but with 2 kills, he definitely is sitting at a massive gold advantage over his opponent here. And that's what you want to see for your Yone into this victor. He needs to get an early lead. He needs to be able to start snowballing as soon as possible. Only having those tier 2 boots, though, means that he doesn't quite have the damage yet. Once he's able to pick up 1, maybe 2 items, he'll be able to start trading with Dark Wings much better.
As we do see, Palak Paneer does have the level 6. He tried to use it to get away. Currently waiting for the cooldown to come back up. And that is going to be what I think is a huge thing to watch for here, because those early Rengar ults can really make or break games if you are able to take advantage of them. As right now we do see the Samira Pantheon duo walking up to this top side. Everybody is here. We might get an early fight here.
Yeah, that is some massive rotations coming out by both of these teams here. The Rift Herald was picked up by the side of ANEW, though, so they're going to walk away with that one for free. But early bot lane rotations coming out from both of these teams here in order to try and pick up that first Rift Herald of the game. Massive for turret platings. Whew! Accidental 2 for there for Firefire.
Yeah, and there we do see bot lane has swapped up to the top side here. And Alorum will... Yeah, and I guess it's more just because they were kind of just in that area. You want to get Samira the farm. especially with how badly this early game has gone. You want to let her scale up. Once she does start getting those items under her belt, gets that immortal shield bow, and can actually get into a fight, then you can start to see where Samira starts to pop off. It's these early game areas where she is a little bit stunted until that lifesteal comes through.
Yeah, level 6 also a huge skill point there for value as well. Getting access to that Death Lotus is going to be, or to that Devil Finger. Sorry, wrong spinning ultimate. It's basically an AoE Katarina ultimate. Let's be, or like a moving one. Let's be real here.
I mean, have you seen the mobile LC or the mobile league game? Katarina can move there.
Oh, I have not seen Wild Rifts. That's
Yeah, Wild Rift.
questionable
Katarina
at
can move.
best, but okay. We're talking about the original. I want the real League of Legends. All right, give me the real deal here. As we do continue to watch these teams play a much slower game, though. We are 11 minutes into this one, only 1,000 gold lead, but it's actually in favor of ANEW, despite the early game kind of going over for Blaze in the first 5 to 10 minutes.
And that's to be expected because this team comp for ANEW is entirely early game focused. They're gonna win the top lane CS differential pretty handily, but it is those team fights when we start focusing objectives and forcing these fights where everybody is around. That's where the lack of tank and the lack of real any frontline or engage potential outside of Pantheon is going to be an issue for ANEW, and that's where a Blaze really has a lot of potential.
Yeah, and that's kind of an issue you run into when you draft 3, 4.5, 3 and 2 halves of an assassin. I mean, Pantheon is a support, so I don't count it, and Samir is basically an assassin and an AD carry. So when you're drafting this much damage without CC, it's very difficult to pick the fights that you want, especially considering that this Poppy is going to be able to disengage, that this Alistar isn't going to be somebody you can really pick off too well.
See the double control ward on that bot's backside there. See, engage comes through here, but in the middle there.
Yeah, there's going to be fights going across the board here. 5Fire barely not able to pick up Palak Veneer there, but it's going to be Darkwing that is able to pick off Big T instead. Now the flash away in order to get away from the rest of this collapsing ANEW team here. Poppy and Alistar trying to rotate over as Value is able to join the rest of the team. At the end of the day, despite fights going on across the entire top half, it is only Big T that goes down. Oh, 5Fire's got a flash for safety there. Almost baked off. Breezy might try to continue this one. They find their way onto Value, but there's going to be no follow-up, so that should be the end of this fight here. Oh, they just don't stop going. 5Fire, he finds the double knockup, but he backs out. There's no follow-up. What do? You have no other following CC, and Poppy and Alistar are there to play frontline. ANEW cannot find a way into this fight.
Yeah, and that's just really kind of the crux of where this team comp falls apart, because you saw that in a normal type of team composition would have been a huge engage. That would have been, if they had the Alistar, that would have been the follow-up. That would have been the, we're going to knock you all up again, and we're just going to blow you away. But meanwhile, it's just a knock-up, and 5Fire walks away, and, nothing really happens there. And yeah, just you saw Big T go down, and they didn't even get Palak Veneer here, as Alorum needs to run.
I mean, he got the steadfast presence, and he gets the Poppy Hammer to deny the second proc of that ulti as well. Absolutely disgusting play coming out by Alorum here in order to prevent that 1v1 from going down. Breezy, though, getting collapsed on. That's going to be the extended range, the super niddly jump. One more spear is going to go wide as a great dodge from Breezy. He's able to keep away from that one. Now Darkwings is in charge of keeping his cow safe and sound, and he will be able to force Anda away from this fight. Some more spears being chucked out in the bottom lane, but it should be the turret forfeited and no lives given.
Yeah, and we just see, oh no, they're going for the dive here.
Curse every single time. 5Fire is going in. Darkwings is barely alive still, but he will finally be picked up by Value there. One stray bullet will find that kill. Is that Big T using the ultimate Grand Starfall does come through. He is able to make his way out of that fight. The Jhin curtain call coming in, but is not quite going to be able to finish anyone off as everyone from ANEW walks away licking some wounds.
I am actually really surprised. I've never seen anyone use the Pantheon ult to get away in the middle of a fight like that. That takes some guts to be able to just say, later, guys, I'm out. And leave your team behind there. But yeah, Fire able to get in there and get a huge ult and follow it up with a bunch of AoE damage. Gets the pop on the way out and secures a kill for himself. Has the Gale Force now alongside the 2 kills. And this is kind of where the Yone starts to get really scary.
Yeah, it gets really scary with that Gale Force, especially considering looking at the ward coverage on the bottom side of the map for ANEW. There are some very deep and scary red side wards surrounding that red buff for Palak for the side of a Blaze here. So Yone might be looking to rotate down towards this bottom side. Big T already playing super aggressive into Alorum here. The support v top laner 1v1. You love to see it. What noodle fight of your dreams. Absolutely there. But it is going to be a rotation coming out from the bottom lane. Instead, they're going to try and pressure this mid lane.
Yeah, and that does mean that the Rift Herald is available. You can see control is being kept there from Viper as Breezy's going to hit the knockup and just back away. Viper's not really going to be able to do a whole lot here without more help, but lo and behold, more help is on the way.
More help is on the way, but it looks like they are prioritizing that Rift Herald first and foremost, the only neutral objective left open on the map right now. Keep in mind, no turrets have been taken either. This is a much slower game, so first brick still...
The game was over at this point.
Yeah, the game was already over by this point in the last series here, so that will be yet another Rift Herald picked up by ANEW here. Hopefully, they're able to turn this one into a turret pick up. Fire might find Aloran. That's going to be the ultimate, but he has to go back. Oh no.
His body said it's time to go home, and he will not be able to get any more damage onto Alorum. I was a little worried there. If he had more time there, Fire would have been able to kill the Poppy. Just got the Sunfire right now, so was not exactly a super tank against a Gale Force Yone, as Palak might be trying to make a catch.
Oh no, you can't make a catch when you throw yourself into 3 people though. Big T going in for the stun. Darkwings is doing his best to keep his Rengar safe, but he sacrifices his life for his jungler's sins there as Palak makes it out. Darkwings will be going down.
Yeah, and I don't think Palak was fully aware of how many people were around there. And that is going to be the Rift Herald used. We're gonna get that first tower for ANEW here as the... Or sorry, second tower for ANEW as my brain decides to not work.
It happens to the best of us. And going aggressive in the jungle here, trying to find his way onto the opponent jungler once again. As the first brick does go down, as you mentioned, top side gets broken. Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane in order to secure the mid lane turret as well. And that is going to mean some immediate ward coverage being pushed up by the side of ANEW here. Again, look at those deep wards coming in by the red side team here, top side.
Here. Yeah, so they have to back right now, and Dragon's spawning in 20 seconds, so all that word coverage is going to get cleared out, and Ablaze is actually going to have priority on this Dragon here. Here comes the TP. They want to fight for this, but they've got to get there now because that Dragon is just completely in the hands of Ablaze at the moment.
Yeah, and there's still a few seconds left for ANEW to come over here and try and get some ward coverage re-established. They are coming back with item inventories full of pink wards, so slowly but surely they'll find that one. Zanya is coming out early. Palak forcing that one, but it's going to be a huge pick onto Big T here. Aloran finds the wall stun. That is going to be the support going down. Fire is trying to find an assassination on the backside of this fight. He will be able to secure the Rengar. Jungler is dead. Dragon can't be done if ANEW wishes to start it right now because there is no smite available, and Ablaze is just backing off. They don't want to overforce here, and they will be just forfeiting this one for free.
Yeah, and that fight is all Fire there. He just chases Palak out of the fight and takes him down to make sure that his team gets that first Mountain Dragon towards the soul. That is such a big play by Fire to recognize who the real important person in this particular fight is. It's not just who's important in the composition, it's who's important in the context of where the game state is. And Fire nailed that, got Palak down, and made sure that they could get control of the objective at hand.
And it is such a important decision-making thing coming out from Firefire here. He is one of those players that we have seen time and time again here in the top play of the amateur scene. Multiple, I think we came to a conclusion of 2 times scouting grounds champion as well. This man knows what he is doing, has been playing competitively for quite a while here, and we can see by his scoreboard 3-0-2. This man is carrying the early game for his team, making the correct picks, forcing his advantage wherever he can, and really just taking advantage of that Yone pick that we were kind of doubting in the early game.
Yeah, showing a lot of comfort on this champion here. My worry is more just the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to get for this Yone. It follows the same kind of mentality as the Yasuo, because it just becomes so much harder to get into fights, especially because this is the Gale Force rather than the Immortal Shield Bow. This does mean, oh no, there's the interrupt.
Ooh, but he is able to get out using the Yone ultimate. Grand Purple going in. Pantheon might have overcommitted to saving Firefire just a little bit too hard there. Palak Panir, though, he wants to try and finish it, but no, the Flash Firefire is out alive. He finds the blast cone to safety.
Yeah, gets out just by the skin of his teeth there, and that was actually also Alarm's TP there, so both teams just hit a point where they thought they were committing.
Yeah, and it looks like they're not done committing either. Breezy is entering the enemy jungle. He's trying to help out this Rengar. He gets a 2-man knockup, but the rest of ANEW is showing up, and Rengar is dropped down extremely low. The curtain call doing some work from a distance. He's not able to enter the fight. Samir comes in. The knockup is going to be canceled out. Volley has to flash a in order to keep himself alive, but now it might be a Lauren that has overstepped a little bit too far. Big T doing a stun in order to try and save his AD carry, and at the end of the day, no! Black Panir, you were out. You were okay. You sacrificed your life and your top laner for your greed, and you lose 2 for your sins here. This time, it is not your mid laner that suffers, but your entire team, as Baron is going to be started up by ANEW.
Yeah, I don't know what the reasoning was for that. They were out, and Palak Panir had like 300 health and dove into 4 people. That is just not a play you can really do. And that will cost them the Baron here, as with the lifesteal, Value is able to stick around there. That is just a major misplay there from Palak Panir. And now, yeah, Baron now in control, and the game is now just all completely in the hands of ANEW.
Just putting on the schmoves, honestly. We keep saying it, but ANEW's just playing for the content at this point. Like, he had no reason to use his ulti there on Rahid, but he did it anyways. Meanwhile, Firefire is the one that's actually trying to commit to the kill here. He's not going to be able to ultimate. Goes back to his original location, and Palak Panir finally finds Firefire after multiple attempts. He gets the shutdown. This Ringer is going to be feeling pretty with a shiny penny in his pocket.
Yeah, and that one, honestly, you have to give that kill to Raheen in terms of who earned that kill, because Raheen, just with the big 5-head play to know there is a Yone, he is going to pop back, and hitting the root on the return to make sure that Palak Panir could get there. And yeah, he just kind of stood there, saw it, just licked his lips and went in.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you can only sit there and accept your death. Know that the gray screen is soon to come when you're rooted, half health, and a Rengar symbol over your head. So a little unfortunate for Firefire, but you got to give respect to how far he's willing to push his advantages, because he's gotten away with it for the most part this game. But you know, it's always a possibility it could be turned around on you. Baron power play coming in here for the side of ANEW, though, and they have managed to push their way up to the inhibitor in the mid lane. They are taking out that second inner turret in the bottom lane as well, and now this gold lead that has been even for so long this game has ballooned into a 6,500 gold difference.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little scary now, as Viper's actually gonna go in on this. Nah, we'll back out. But yeah, it just with the Baron, even though they got that kill, that big kill onto Firefire, it didn't really amount to anything, just because of the current state of the game with the Barons pushing into their base. They had to play defensively. They got the kill and just said, all right, I guess that's what we get, and went back to just trying to eat their minion slop and catch up as much as they can.
And that's all you can do sometimes. Another Drake is going to be spawned and will be immediately picked up by ANEW here. 2 Mountain Drakes. They are going to be sitting on Soul Point, and that is honestly the worst nightmare for a Blaze here. Maybe outside of an Ocean Dragon, but honestly, you have enough damage on the side of ANEW. You don't need an Infernal. You don't need a Wind Soul. You need the Mountain Soul here as Fire going in once again. Is he going to be able to find the kill on Tori? No, the heal barely saving the Jhin carry. But Palak Paneer, once again, he's able to find the assassination onto the mid lane. Yone here, a couple of AoE wind walls coming up by the side of ANEW here in order to back away from the curtain call. Oh, the amazing steadfast presence coming in by Lorm is able to cancel out Viper's entrance to the fight there, but Nidalee will finally be able to pick up this Jhin. As the end of the day, it is a 2-for-1, and it looks like Ablaze might try to pressure this mid lane turret.
Yeah, this is the turnaround now. Ablaze able to get things back on their own terms there as Jhin does go down, but yeah, Viper going in and just immediately getting stopped by Alorum with the quick hands on that, and then the follow-up from Breezy. Just really good combination here as Ablaze looks to be just kind of really working together well as a team, and ANEW is just kind of, we're going to try and outplay you as we expected, and it's starting to fall off.
Yeah, when you lack that CC, you lack that guaranteed engage. Fire was already down. He is the biggest form of CC for their team, trying to go in using that Yone ultimate, getting the fate sealed across 4 or 5 members of the opponent team. When he's dead, you don't have that same CC entrance for your team. You don't have the ability to engage at will, and we saw there Viper going in, gets knocked up by the steadfast presence, gets slammed into the wall, slam jam taken down. There's nothing he can do about it, and it looks like Blaze not willing to give over this game just as easily as the last one. Once again though, Fire might find a pick on the Dark Wings here. Oh, good try, good try.
Yone is a fair and balanced champion.
We love Yasuo 2.0 out here. We stand. Fire getting jumped on by Palak Paneer does not matter as Anda is there to give over the assist and to pick up the kill, making sure his mid laner gets out alive.
Yeah, Palak Paneer had blood in his eyes, but it was his own blood as Fire gets the kill on Victor, pops back out, and then gets friends to take down Palak Paneer, and now all of that tempo that they had is just gone. Fire is just driving the show at this point.
I want to see how many like memes I can fit into this show. Fire sat there and said, "Call an ambulance," but not for me. Anda came in and saving his life. You know, gotta try and involve meme culture in this as well. Fire once again is playing so aggressive. He just doesn't care anymore. He just wants to fight.
Yeah, he's got the Gale Force, he's got the Infinity Edge, and he's working towards that Death Stance here. So we'll even be kind of beefy here, and this is like, when you can 1v1 the Poppy with like no health lost, that's a issue that you kind of need to address if you are a Blaze, because that was kind of the one thing that you had to stop him. If even the Poppy can't frontline against this Yone, who is going to stop him?
I mean, Bramblevest just being picked up, Sunfire, Aegis, and the Dead Man's Plate for Alarm. He is trying his best to deal with this Yone. He is trying to be able to out-sustain or out-tank at least the damage from Fire here, but it will take a little bit more time for this tank to come online. Meanwhile, Fire does not stop. He does not quit. He goes in, almost finds Palak Paneer there. The Gale Force just barely not being able to finish off that one as ward coverage being contested around this top side of the map, and Baron joins the Rift once again. Dragon also coming up in 55 seconds, so we got about a minute until Blaze is left with a choice. Do they contest the soul point, or do they try and pick up the big purple buff?
Yeah, so this is just a lose-lose situation if you are a fan of a Blaze here. Fire has just with this tempo change, it has given all the control that ANEW needed to get into this topside jungle and get all that vision down and make it so scary for anybody to walk up here. You can see Palak is just like barely trying to clear out these wards, and Alarm just driving by.
best to get out of there. Viper, on the other hand, doing his best to get into the back line, but it's going to be Alarm. Flashes over the wall. He does not want to let Viper play this game. A little bit of a grudge from the top laners and this match up here. Meanwhile, it's going to be all she wrote for the fight. Firefire, though, trying to continue this one. He goes in a little bit too far. He's going to be sacrificing his life. Raheem picks that one up. Alarm finds another steadfast presence, and Value is forced to flash over the wall. They're doing their best to disengage this one. A little bit of a disconnect there once again by the ANEW team here. And it seems like they are not going to have to force a Blaze into a decision here. Now it is going to be the Dragon for free.
Yeah, and ANEW just went in one at a time there. Viper went in, got just completely CC'd to death, and then Fire looked to be trying to make something out of nothing there, and it just turned into a lot more nothing and a little bit of something for a Blaze there, as now that is another 5 minutes for that soul availability, and that Baron vision control is now actually contestable for a Blaze.
And that's really not what you want to be seeing coming out from ANEW here. You had the perfect situation. You had the split on the objectives. Either they take the dragon to deny the soul and you get Baron, or vice versa. You get the soul, they get the Baron, but you have the permanent buff in that situation. And over forcing on that fight by Fire, he has been trying so hard to keep the tempo going for this game. And part of me feels like, yes, he is ahead. Yes, he is playing so well for his team here and forcing this 6K gold lead as best as he can. On the other hand, he kind of has to. We keep coming back to this idea that there is no engage for the side of ANEW. They do not have the ability to start a fight on their own terms here. And we saw that when Hate It here, Viper got picked off once again by Alorum. Outside of the Akali dive in the backline, outside of Fire diving into the enemy team, they do not have much of a way to start these fights because Big T has just not been able to find the openings that they need.
Yeah, and you can see both top laners on that bottom side there, as the Baron is the only objective, both with the teleport here. And that is just absolutely peachy for Alorum, because he can take this Akali at this point. He's got enough HP, he's got enough beefiness, even though there's not a lot of MR. Alorum is trading fine with Viper, and that is not... Oh, Alorum's gonna try and face check here. Yeah, they bring him up just to make sure they can get that vision control and take down these wards, but Value...
Oh no, Value, your worst nightmare. A Rengar that finds you in the jungle. You do not have your flash available after that last team fight, and he goes down. Heal even used, but to no avail. Baron will be started up by Alorum here. Will ANEW contest, though?
They almost have to. They still have a lot of damage in this composition, but yeah, they have Alorum. Here's Fire.
Fire coming in from the backside. Baron is below half health now. The Poppy ultimate is used in order to back away from Anda, but he's not going to be able to do it. Smite does come down. Full team fight coming in. There is nobody on this Akali. He is in the backline. Akali is able to find Raheen. Jhin goes down. Fire may have died, but they're able to pick up the 80 carry. Poppy, though, is just too darn tanky. He's able to find a double kill for himself. Alorum is continuing this one forward onto the Nidalee. Says, I don't care if I have no MR. I have more health than you can do in damage. It is 3 for 1 at the end of the day, but Baron picked up by a Blaze as they are showing signs of life.
Yeah, turning this game back around, pulling it out of the ambulance, and saying, wait, it was for me. As they are now pushing this mid lane down. As, yeah, Viper had such a good play. Super clean on getting Raheen down. Anda needs to go there, though.
And on Value, they're able to keep him alive. Wait, there's no way. Does the laser block the laser?
Yeah, Victor's laser is a projectile.
I had no idea. The more you learn, the more you know, ladies and gentlemen. You learn something new every day. Am I right?
Fire.
He's always back. He's just always going. Ooh, where does health go down?
Going down.
You learn a lot of things when you try and cast high elo Grandmaster League of Legends, like lasers from Victor can be blocked, and Fire, maybe not as strong as we once thought he was. He has completed that death stance for himself, so he'll be able to deal with some of the damage coming out from the Jhin and the Rengar. However, Dark Wings is also playing the Victor, and he is sitting at 3 completed items for himself, including the Zanyas. This Victor is starting to come online. Working towards that Lich Bane will be the next big step, and then we'll really start to see where Victor and Dark Wings can take over this game.
Yeah, and importantly too, because of that tempo from the Baron, they have complete control of this dragon area, and it seems like ANEW's actually just going to seed this dragon over and go for a matching soul point. So Alorum will be just shoving this out, making sure they have the waves in the right spot, and then going to match Viper there. Viper does not have the teleport, because remember, Alorum did walk up to that Baron fight.
It is massive that we're able to try and get a pick onto Alorum here, though, because he is not with the rest of his team. He does have the teleport available. A bot lane turret is going to be going down here for the side of Blaze. They're going to try and rotate over to this dragon, as you mentioned. And it will be the third Drake picked up by both of these teams here. Actually, it does look like ANEW is trying to get their way in here. They don't want to completely give up on this one. It is going to be Viper versus Alorum once again in the back of the fight. Breezy, though, is all alone. This Alistar is trying to 1v3 stall so much time for his team. Fire not able to find the pick into the backline that he needed. And Palak is going in for the 1v1 over across the wall. Is anybody going to be able to help? No! Rengar is able to find the one. He finds the double kill. Palak, you're insane! This man... He's 100 or nothing, and this time he comes out on top. The rest of Blaze is able to find the dragon as well, and 2 members picked up by the Rengar as they have secured themselves the soul point for themselves as well. Both of these teams sitting on 3 drags.
Yeah, when you go for those big plays, sometimes they miss, but sometimes they land on that heads. And that was such a big turnaround there for Palak Paneer, getting that double kill. And also importantly, Fire dove onto Raheen in that fight and did not get the kill, popped back, and there was Palak Paneer once again, ready to catch Yone in his waiting arms, as now Yone's power spike is falling off. We're hitting that point where he cannot stay into these bursty team fights. Anda.
Anda, Rengar, everyone, they just show up. It is now a return of what we saw last game. Disrespect coming out from Blaze as they have come to realize that Fire is not the threat they once thought. And now Palak Paneer is saying, we got kind of ran over last game ruthlessly. It is my turn to go for some assassinations with no regard for the enemy team, as he constantly is picking up these kills now, using that ultimate almost on cooldown at this point. So once again, Fire, you just don't know how to play passive. This man only knows how to go for it.
I mean, that's how you play Yone, though. You just really go hard, you can chase people away, and then you just pop back. There's unless you're using it in a position that is scary and like going to pop you back in the wrong spot, this is not a terrible thing. And that's really all Fire can do at this point. He's got to dive deep, he's got to chase Raheen out of these fights, or they're just gonna get straight up wiped by this burst damage from the Jhin.
Yeah, and again, we're coming back to the issue of the draft for ANEW here. Game 1, Blaze had the issue. Game 2, ANEW is having some draft issues. It might just be a blue side difference from what we're seeing here. This game is stalled out a little bit longer, just a smidge bit longer than our last game of the series. But at the end of the day, we are seeing really how the drafts, how the adaptations for both of these teams coming into the series are going to be so important as we work our way into games 3 and 4, because this one, while it is not quite over, it is slowly slipping away from ANEW here. And I want to ask you, Thousand Eyes, what do you think is available for ANEW to do if they want to try and bring themselves back into this one, turn around the tempo that they have lost?
I mean, it's all about these picks here. You've seen it before. It is the engage from Fire, getting onto Raheen, getting onto Palak Paneer, and blowing them up before they can actually do anything. But because of the tempo of this game, they're always trying to face check into people. They have to blind Fire, and that is just Baron immediately down.
Yeah, Baron picked up so quickly. Breezy is
really high.
Playing, I mean, I've heard of Alicopter, but I didn't think that he could actually fly.
This is a new Alistar skin, just floating Alistar.
Yeah, and I mean, it's honestly terrifying. What is Spyfire going to do about this? Because that is going to be the engage coming up by Breezy. Raheen is able to pick that one up with one more shot from the curtain call. Big T, the next person being engaged on here. Value, so scared for his life that he cannot even try and dash through into the backline here. Uses the Devil Trigger in order to try and just do some damage to an ulted Alistar, but it's not going to be enough. Dark Wings coming forward. He's going to be getting a lot of damage. The slow is going to be just barely
That's
enough
game.
for Alorum to continue forward.
No, they don't have the minions yet. Well, they can push
Top
top.
side? They're
Yeah,
going
no,
towards the
that
top side
should be game. Honda has to try and pull some kind of miracle to turn this around. Alorum, yeah, just gonna tank up the tower, make sure the minions do not die, so they have that backdoor bonus taken care of. And that will be game 2, actually, in just a lot quicker fashion as far as just sudden game ending. Great job from Ablaze to turn this game around and really pull this from the ashes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was definitely a fast ending here, a clean ending, I would say, from
All right, yeah, no, that was just a bad way to say that.
But you know, nothing's quite going to be abrupt as a surrender after the first game. But I am glad to see signs of life coming in here from Ablaze. They were able to get a little bit of an early lead, slowed down during the mid game, but that late game that they played for themselves, finding the picks that they need, playing so well to their composition, and Alorum really being in the right place at the right time for his team, time and time again.
Gentlemen, this is so this time I went to go get some more water, but when I came back, we were still on kill number 2. So I'm glad to see that things actually did change pace here, which I'm very happy to see. And and we were saying before as well, a new Blaze needed to go and start of the composition, they need to start on these team fights and allow themselves to get back into the game, because at the beginning it seemed as though there was that very hardy back and forth, but there just wasn't that same sort of go 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 that I saw from the side of ANEW Esports.
Yeah, they were just really like ANEW was trying to just go super hard, and it worked for a while, for a lot longer than I thought it would. And they got super aggro and tripped over themselves in the middle of the game with that one fight up around that Baron area where Viper immediately got blown up, and then Fire afterwards going in alone, throwing the lead, and the tempo just never got back around over towards ANEW. Ablaze just took it from there and slowly but surely pushed into the end.
But one thing I gotta say though is that with Ablaze, they did go and adopt a bit of the stretch this on game number 1, the same goal type mentality, that ANEW Esports had with that Rengar come in and pick. And it was a very back and forth until right at the end here. I think it was the third Drake fight for a new Blaze with actually picked up that Earth Soul, where it was Yone 1v1 against the Rengar, and a Blaze out healed Yone, out damaged him too, and took him down. That was the most interesting part for me to see here, Chris.
Yeah, it was caught me super off guard. I'm going to be honest with you. Palak Paneer, after his struggles in the early game in game 1, and he was sitting, I think, like 1-4 or something
Mhm.
for a majority of the second game as well. He was behind, but suddenly comes up with this kill. He's able to complete his jungle item, the Eclipse. He finds himself an Essence Reaver, I think something we didn't get to talk about, that cooldown reduction, as well as the Sheen proc coming in for the Rengar. Not I'm personally not a huge fan of the new Essence Reaver when it comes to like AD carry itemization as an AD carry main myself, but it is a super interesting adaptation for the Rengar in the jungle because you do
Mhm,
want to use it alongside those Q procs. You get so many of them, and
mhm.
suddenly Yone got bursted out. We didn't expect Fire to get killed like that. Then Akali comes over the wall, and that Essence Reaver once again just single proc of the Q, and half of Akali's health just evaporates, and he gets the double kill for himself. From there, he gets a couple of shutdown. He has shutdown gold. Just
Mhm.
so strong, so fed, and is able to run over the rest of the game.
Now, gentlemen, I do want to go ahead and ask you this one very, very important question, because we do have Mr. Kellogg in chat asking us if we if we want 5 games or not here. So he holds the power in his hand. So let's hear it. Do we want these 5 games, gentlemen?
I want them. I don't know if Icarus wants them, because according to Icarus has 3 hours of sleep, and that would mean more hours casting than sleeping. But
I
I'm
got
ready for it.
a large coffee here for the stream. Everyone at home, do not worry. I'm okay. If I need more, I mean, that last game was 40 minutes. If we get another 40-minute game, I'm sure I could just leave it to you for a second, drive out, grab some more. I won't miss much because that last game, so much slower, so much more macro play that we got to see out of
Yeah.
both of these teams
Mhm.
here. And I really got to give huge shout outs to Ablaze to be able to slow it down this time around in order to play that scaling composition that they were looking for. We saw ANEW, again, going for very aggressive early games, going for all those assassins. Ablaze this time fix their draft. They found some early game champions. They found some better laning for themselves, and they were able to really slow the game down, which is exactly what they needed to do, and come out with a win here. So that's really, really big for them.
So going to game number 3, is it truly and really just draft day for your Thousand Eyes?
I mean, I think in this game, a lot of it did come down to draft difference. I don't think the entire series is going to be draft difference. I think, honestly, there's going to be a little bit, I would hope at least, that ANEW is going to go back, look at this, and say, all right, so we tried to go really aggro, and it worked decently, but we didn't close it out. So hopefully they could pick something that's, maybe just rein it in a little bit, pull in a little bit of the aggro, and still let, Five Fire go hard, let Viper go hard, and just kind of pull themselves back a little bit so that they can actually close out the game if it gets to a late game type of scenario.
No, that all being said, we'll see if the drafts will continue to happen, or as you mentioned, whether or not we'll see more 40, 50-minute games. Find out right after the break, right here on Risen. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, back at it. Risen New going back into game number 3 between ANEW and ANEW here, baby. Oh, man. Okay. And after these two back and forth games here, yo, amigos, I got to say here, man, it was the change and pace between game 1 and game 2. Vast, astronomical, galaxy like.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a much slower paced game, and that worked out so well for Blaze. Letting that Poppy just kind of get ahead and or not get ahead, but scale up, be tanky enough, and kind of let the Yone fall off. Let the Akali fall off and crowd control them to death. It worked out super well for Blaze, and now we're going to be seeing, can they make the same thing happen on the red side? So far, it's a 2-0 win for blue side, and somebody needs to buck the trend here.
I called it game 1 that it's going to be a 3-2 for ANEW because blue side draft difference. And I am more confident in that now than I ever have been before. Kai'Sa is going to be the first pickup for ANEW here, leaving the Jhin still open for a Blaze. I don't know how I feel about that trade-off because Jhin will be able to be a little bit more of a lane bully versus this Kai'Sa during the early stages of the game, having the range advantage. But Kai'Sa, once she's able to pick up an item or two and is able to get some isolated 1v1s versus the Jhin, where she can use the killer instinct to get in, it's going to be a lot harder for Raheem to be able to keep himself safe versus this very divey AD carry matchup.
Yeah, and that's, I think, partially why they're taking that Alistar away. But there's the Leona, so we're just going to see that come through.
It's, man, it's far too often I've decided to go ahead and hop into a game. You know what, man? My bot lane's gonna be fine. I don't need TP. I hop in as Darius. Take those. And suddenly, it's constantly on the bot side, and all I hear is within 10 seconds is first blood. It's like
changed it.
as within the last second, the change comes through to go over to the Maokai, which, you know what? Another pick that I actually like quite a bit, especially if we're going up into the Alistar 2. It can do both, you know? It can hop on, it can get on out, and it can, and especially if you're going more so for the AP style build, those saplings are a terror. Speaking of terrors, our colony is locked in yet again.
Viper really likes his Akali today, I presume, and he's locked this one in blind as well. Doesn't really care that the Poppy is still available. They might be betting that Blaze won't pick it up in their first rotation here, and they could just ban it out because Kali technically still can be flex pick across the map. So Lulu, ooh, that's huge. That's actually a big brain play.
Oh
yeah. Okay, so we're going back to that top lane Lulu, it seems like, and just that worked out really well for Aloran. We just gotta watch for the TPs here. That is kind of just what made that first game go into such a spiral. And I like that being taken rather than taking that Rengar right now, because there's still a lot of opportunity. They can flex that Akali into the mid lane and take that, you know, take something in the top lane that could really mess up the Rengar pretty good. So don't show your hand just yet, as the Pantheon ban's actually coming through. They just don't want to deal with that kind of, you know, push button engage no matter what lane it's in.
In the past, all that too, with the Pantheon being gone as well, one pick they were hovering as well was that Rengar before, but they decided to opt in for the Lulu too. So I would be interested to see if ANEW actually does go ahead and take that away, because the jungle pick for Blaze has not come in yet, but the Nidalee ban with the final one to come in for Blaze, I'm actually here. The biggest brain play would be this, is they don't actually ban it away and take the Rengar for themselves. So that way they deny the option and still have the consistent engage, which we knew ANEW Esports loves to push forward.
Yeah, and I want to go back to this Lulu pick. I think that why this pick is so powerful here is the Rengar does end up getting banned out, so Blaze cannot play that one again. But the reason that the Lulu pick is so big here is because they can lock in a jungler here. They're hovering the Graves, which I think is an alright pick. But Lulu is another flex pick that can be played in either mid or top. So wherever the Akali goes, they're not going to have a very fun time. So it's a great flex pick to counter the flex pick that Akali is. And I love to see that adaptation being picked up very quickly here by a Blaze. So Graves is going to be locked in. So another farm style jungler for the side of a Blaze here. They do have the Jhin in the bot lane, Jhin, Alistar. I'm concerned how they're going to deal with the Maokai. And if this game goes anything like game one, I'm seeing a lack of early game once again, or at least a lack of priority lanes for a Blaze.
Yeah, so that is actually, okay, so I don't think the Lulu mid is terribly great. Like way back in the day when Lulu mid was a thing, the way they got her out was nerfing her wave clear on her Q. So it does struggle if you're up against anything that has any push potential here. They are actually going to flex this Akali into the mid lane, it seems like, if that hover holds true. But yeah, so that will be a mid lane Akali, and they might force that Lulu into the mid and take the Scion. The Ornn is available. Aloran has had this banned away every single game so far, and I think the Ornn would be incredible into this composition.
And as it is locked in, the final X's go down here, y'all. And now we're seeing already, so now with the Ornn coming on the side of ANEW Blaze, let's go ahead and hear your thoughts on both of these compositions. Now, Thazard, we'll go ahead and start with you. Talk to me about ANEW.
All right, so I am less a fan of ANEW's composition, but the Maokai and Kai'Sa, Maokai support has been popping up a lot lately. For those who haven't been paying attention or have been just kind of off in their own world, you max the E, you get the AP, and it's just terrifying in lane. And it does not provide the same kind of peel as a full tank Maokai. So this is not a once again, this is a very squishy team composition, but it does mean that they have potential to win in every single lane and allow Lilia the opportunity to farm. And I think that's going to have to be the way that ANEW wins this game out. They have to get that early lead and they have to push that in through to the end of the game like they weren't able to do last time.
Because especially we saw there too, with 40 minutes left to go here, like we all saw, it was unfortunately that at a certain point a new Blaze just started to take over, and unfortunately a new just could not do much about it. So now, Icarus, will go ahead and go to you next. What does Blaze need to do to continue this win streak going?
It's It's interesting because this is the closest draft I've seen so far out of these two teams.
Yes.
Mhm.
It's we got double farming junglers, so Ablaze doesn't lose anything for picking the Graves up here. There's no Olaf, there's no Nidalee in the early game for Anda here, so he doesn't have to fear being invaded as much. Renekton kind of doesn't have the opportunity to kill Ornn the same way he would versus like a Lulu. Akali again getting counterpicked. A lot of what I need to see out of Ablaze here is I need to see them really play for the macro game more than anything else. Down to be honest with you, I don't think that they win their lanes per se. I think that Ablaze simply doesn't lose their lanes is
Mhm.
where they're looking is what they're looking at in terms of draft here. So if they're able to get early priority on the jungle objectives, on the dragons, on the Rift Heralds, and they're able to set up first, I think they can easily prevent a full engage coming in from a new because once again, they kind of lack a hard form of engage. They do have the Lily and Maokai this time,
Mhm.
but you have Jin, you have Alistar, you have Graves and Ornn. So they have a much better, hey, we set up shop here, come fight us style of a composition than ANEW does. And so if they're able to get to these objectives first, get their word coverage down, cover their bases, dot their I's, cross their T's, whatever you need to do in order to play high elo macro. I think that's really their avenue to success here is just making sure they're ahead of the timer and ahead of their opponents.
Hmm. Personally, for me as well, I find that Lily Graves matchup is really what's going to make or break the game for me too. Now, she's a match a fair bit, like you both mentioned, right? They are both very heavy farming junglers, one AD, one AP. So like, but that's neither here nor there though. I've seen good Lilias completely take over the game, considering and really base it off of how much lane presence they're able to have, especially on the early side, and would choose to snowball. And like, especially with those mid game team fights, if they're able to land even 3, 4 man slaves, and on the other end, if given Graves the opportunity, those level 2 invades and gangs coming out with a smoke screen can be very, very deadly. And if we look at multi compositions, across the board, all these lanes have really solid setup as well. If we're looking at a new with a Maokai, the Akali, the Recton as well, super solid, really good follow up outside of Blaze too, or Naka, the polymorphs, and also along with the Alistar. So both these junglers should be perfectly fine. And so what's going to matter is the setup and how these lanes push to here. But from you both, do you have any final thoughts before we head into game number 3?
I think the one thing that worries me about Blaze's comp is there is not a lot of sustained damage, and there really isn't anybody who takes real advantage of like Lulu's kind of on hit potential. Obviously, Lulu works best with those types like the Kog'Maw and the on hit kind of just really fast auto attacking champions. And this is burst. Now, the Renekton and the Maokai are the tankiest people, so it's not going to be the worst thing in the world to deal with, but it is an issue if they do fall behind enough where Renekton is kind of this really big beefy boy that you can't break through, and the tree is probably going to have the aftershock, so that is enough kind of resistances to stay in a fight long enough to hold that burst off if they don't get ahead enough to be able to fight through that.
Mm-hmm.
My my biggest concerns are really it's so difficult to tell how these early games are going to go. I think the biggest thing that I'm looking out here is going to be, Renekton, as you mentioned, doing so much damage in the early game is one concern. But what I'm more concerned about isn't necessarily letting the Renekton get ahead, and more about what happens what happens when you lose on the side of a Blaze this time around. They have a Jin and a Graves for their damage. Lulu's not going to be doing that much damage as a mid lane support. You have an Ornn and an Alistar in your top and support roles. So where does the damage come from? How do you kill your opponent here if you're not able to win the early game? Which, like I mentioned before, their draft doesn't really seem to suit that play style. How do they come back into this game? How do they fight their opponents and kill them if they don't have the damage available?
Eternal questions that will haunt me every single day. Thank you very much for that, Icarus. Now, with that all being said here, folks, just in just about 30 seconds, we're loading into the rift right now. So comment in chat. We'll be right back. Coming at you, game number 3, right here on Risen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopping into game 3 here, we have once again flip sides. ANEW is going to be on the blue side. ANEW Blaze, or a Blaze, however you wish to refer to them, is going to be our red side team. You got Fire for the Blazing team over here with their red colors. Hopping into this one, though, does not look like we're going to have any early game invades, however.
Yeah, and that's to be expected. Neither of these teams have the greatest level 1. As you can see.
2 auto? Oh, he started W too. A little bit of disrespect for Raheem. That's free.
Yeah. And yeah, Big T's gonna sit there and say, yeah, we got Jin to start W. That's a win for me, baby.
I'm not entirely sure. I have heard that W might be the better start simply because Q can mess with the early game minion wave, so might be a stylistic choice from Raheem here, making sure that he doesn't get cheesed on level 1, having that access to the snare. Very helpful for himself, but you know, Q also great for clearing the minion wave, so it's a little bit of a stylistic choice here between for AD carries, as it does look like we are going to have a red side start from both of these teams here. Onda decided to stay on the bottom side, but Palak Panir going towards that top side of this map, looking to potentially full clear and work his way down to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and we will probably see a lot more jungle clearing in this game. Both these champions are just strong farmers. That is the focus, as Onda will just head up, take those Krugs. Yeah, both just looking for that full clear. And actually, first, we got some early damage going on in that top and bottom lane here.
Yeah, everyone loves to trade early. Apparently, it's not just Five Fire that likes to play super aggressive. And might we say, if we thought his Yone last game was very aggressive, this time around, Five Fire is going to be sitting on that Akali. And I am very excited to see what Five Fire can pull off with this. We've seen Viper, now we get to see the mid laner.
Yeah, and Akali is just a super strong champ. Breezy, though, getting real low. The flash.
Ooh, double flashes coming out there. Great block coming out by Raheen. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but saves the life of Breezy there from the Void Seeker. Level 2 advantage going over to the bottom side of ANEW.
Yeah, just really getting a little too far forward. The targeted brute on the Maokai, super useful. And when you've just got that pulverized there, you're pretty free to just run in on Alistar and just root him down. With that headbutt, it's a little scarier that close to the tower, but we'll get the flash out. We'll get the ignite out as well. And Value now has to be a little bit careful, because if they do push forward and not ward carefully, that will be a possible gank at the bot side.
Yeah, and remember, Paneer did start up on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Anda is going to be coming in towards his mid lane. It's going to be forcing a flash out of Dark Wings here. Five Fire will find the Shuriken toss, but is not going to continue underneath the turret for that one. To no surprise, but no sums available for this Lulu in the mid lane, already in a very vulnerable position.
Yeah, and if you're Anda, you're taking that 100%. That was just a drive-by gank. That was not even something that was looking for anything specific. You were just running by, you were going to check the river anyway, and you just jump in, get the flash, and get Darkwing super low in the process.
Ooh, meanwhile, bot lane, though, Breezy going in onto Value. That's going to be a lot of damage put into this Kai'Sa early. Fourth shot is not going to find its way onto the AD carry, but instead, Big T is going to be eating that one up for himself. Num num num.
Yeah, and there it is. Kind of, we talked about just if Value is in the wrong spot, that damage can quickly turn back around. The early game of Kai'Sa, not the strongest. Lorm's going to face check this, actually.
And it just be finding everything for himself when he doesn't mean to. Alorm trying to go in on that one, does not get the knockup though. And Anda playing with fire here does chunk out Alorm, leaving him at about 200 health, so it might force a back from the Ornn here, but he does need to catch this wave first. Palak Paneer will stay on the top side of the map and make sure he can soak up this minion wave, all this experience without getting dove.
Yeah, Alorm definitely not having a fun time up here. Always is a losing matchup in Devernectin, pretty much with everything, as bot lane gets a little more trading here.
Yeah,
Not going to turn into anything.
Some quick trades.
Yeah. But more importantly there, though, I think, is the fact that Anda was just super deep in there, and that really could have gone poorly. I just realized, too, Palak put the flash away again.
Oh, no.
We've seen this before.
We've seen where this goes.
He just does not seem to really value the flash on red side, as it were.
To be fair, Graves does have a dash for himself, and Graves is known to take Ignite from time to time in the jungle, so it's much more understandable. And also, it's into a Lilia, not an Olaf this time around. I am much more at ease with this choice than in game one of this series.
Yeah.
We do see Graves trying to make his way down to the bottom side of the map. He's just going to be helping shove out this wave and try and get some dragon pressure for himself.
Yeah, I think this is mostly just to get the reset here. Raheem's going to back off. Yeah, this is just so they can get that reset. Value basically stuck trying to tank that wave to make sure it doesn't crash, as they don't push it in entirely, and that could turn into a freeze if they're not careful.
And a freeze is the worst thing that can happen for your lane. It means you lose out on so much EXP, but what's even worse is overcommitting to trying to stop some backs as Big T gets picked out for staying too long. He gets knocked up and CC'd and goes down for his efforts.
Oh, there's a TP coming. This is going to be big.
Oh yeah, Lily is down here as well. The Renekton is able to make his way in behind the Breezy goes down. Raheen, though, is able to find one for himself. Is he going to be able to make it out? I don't think so. He is running away, but the goat is too fast. I'm sorry, Raheen. You did your best, but it is time to go back to base in a very unpleasant way.
Yeah, Will just burned down. And ultimately, that is actually not the worst thing in the world. Yes, Viper did get an assist off of that, but did not get the kill. Anda did get 2. But more importantly, I think, is the fact that Alorum gets the opportunity to push this wave in and back in a lane that was just super rough for him. So I feel like you were gonna lose at least one of those kills either way, and forcing the teleport for Renekton just to get an assist is actually not the worst thing in the world.
And like you said, it does buy time for Alorum. He is playing the scaling pick in the top lane. There will be a point where this Ornn is just too tanky for the Renekton to fight one-on-one. Taking that grasp with the Brittle proxy, you'll be able to start out-trading him once he gets some armor underneath his belt. I do want to point out the fact that Infernal Drake was picked up at the end of the day. So that objective taken off of the map, as Rift Herald will be spawning in about 15 seconds here, and Onda is looking for a back.
Yeah, Onda will reset here and does get the Seeker's arm guard immediately. And I think that is just such a good pickup here. And that could snowball into a lot here, because we talked about how the only damage dealers on the composition for Ablaze are the Graves and the Jhin. And if you have that armor, Seeker's arm guard, really good item. You know, it's very cheap for the stats that it gives you. And having the armor that early is going to be super, super huge in keeping this Lily alive in these skirmishes.
Yeah, Rift Herald will be started up by the side of Ablaze here, though. It looks like we're going to get a very early 5v5 going on towards this top side of the map. They have the inside track. They're trying to leash Herald up towards this top side on the map, but the eye is vulnerable. It's going to be the engage. The Smite Steal, and gets it. Blue side is able to pick up the Rift Herald for themselves, but they lose their Maokai for that engage. Are they going to be able to keep this one going? Firefire trying to keep himself alive, trying to get out to Rahim, but he gets over the wall. He uses the flash, and Ornn is getting 2 kills. Palak Panir has find another one himself around the top side of the map, and Jhin did not go down, which leaves Viper all alone in the middle of 3 members from Ablaze. They may have lost the Herald, but they get 4 kills in return.
Yeah, and there were the cleanses coming out there. Raheen and Palak Panir both getting that cleanse down to make sure they stayed alive in that fight. Raheen specifically cleansing that Lilia ultimate before the sleep came through, and then flashing over the wall to avoid Five Fire. So Five Fire dove in real deep, did not get anything out of it, and ended up just dying. So Rahim getting a lot done for his team just by staying alive. And meanwhile, Value got pushed all the way up to the top side there, and Palak Panir turned that into a kill for himself as well.
Yeah, and that's massive for the side of Ablaze here. 2 of your kills went over to Alorum. Maybe not the best pick that you want those kills to be going over towards, but it means that your weak side top lane is no longer going to be feeling that weak. He's gotten 2 kills. He's got the extra experience, so now he's even with Viper. And more importantly, once he starts building those tank items, Renekton won't be able to kill him in a solo lane. We already see him taking a positive or at least neutral trade versus the Akali there. So getting your tank rolling early may not be, the best idea, but it means that he's able to scale for free for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we do see the Moonstone does get completed here. We talked about it in the last time we saw this matchup, but the Moonstone not doing a lot in this solo lane here. It's only going to be super useful in these skirmishes. So if we get into more of these kinds of like quick skirmishes where more people are around, that Moonstone's going to put in a lot of work. But if we keep this kind of solo lane 1v1 type of game going, that is going to really, really hurt until the late game.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to this idea that if Dark Wings had opted for something like a Liandry's or even a Night Harvester or Luden's Echo, getting some kind of AP damage, some burst damage from the mid lane would just help out the damage portfolio of Ablaze here so much. Now, you're giving over your early laning phase. You're also saying that, hey, I'm going to be playing more of a supportive role and hoping that Jhin and Graves are going to be able to do enough damage.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't hate this like build or this pick as far as like how it's going. They saw the Akali, they took the Lulu and basically said, no matter where you take this Akali, she is not really going to accomplish much, at least in lane. It is going to take in-fight outplays to make anything happen. And I don't think that's a bad choice to make. You just stall it out. So I don't hate the choice. It's just kind of, you're then forcing your composition into something that it might not be as really proficient at.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately kind of what you have to do into Akali, though. This assassin, not something that you can allow to pop off in the laning phase, especially in the hands of Viper and Fire, whichever one of those players is able to get their hands on it. Bot lane, couple of platings going down. I do want to note that the Rift Herald did not get used yet, or has been finally been popped on the top side of the map as well for the side of
Big
ANEW.
T had it.
I
didn't
don't know
realize
how
that.
he got it, but
I think it was mostly just that was where we kind of that was where he was when the Rift Herald went down. It was so hectic you couldn't really. Dragon will go. Wait, that got stolen.
that
That was stolen. Yeah, that was just a W steal from Kaisa.
And he doesn't get the Palak Veneer. It has been a series for you, my guy, and I don't know whether he's popping off or having a really rough day.
Flip the coin for Palak Veneer. Are you landing heads and landing tails? This game, so far, it's been a little more tails.
Yeah, he's lost three smites now, actually. He did lose the Rift Herald, the Dragon, and the red buff there, but it is all not for loss. 2 dragons is not the end of the world, and red buff on a Lilia does not mean defeat either here. First break was picked up with that Rift Herald, though, on the top side of the map. We have not had a chance to mention that yet. So there is going to be a slight influx of gold, but it is not going to be enough to overcome the 6 kills that has led to the 1,000 or just shy of 1,000 gold lead that Blaze is still holding on to.
Yeah, so far, nothing super big to turn this around. Breezy though might be might be alone. Might be alone with no friends.
Yeah, he's kind of up creek without a paddle at the moment, but fortunately enough for him, Raheen shows up, Palak Veneer also showing up. Yeah, he did find a friend eventually, so
good.
Nobody from ANEW
I'm happy
going to
for him.
overcommit to that one.
Yeah, glad he had somebody to have his back there, because that could have gone really badly. But yeah, so now we are 3 minutes till the Dragon. There are 20 seconds till the next Rift Herald is available if any of the teams want to go for that. And I think that really could be the objective to go for. You have this top lane here where the tower's already down. Renekton can push that in, have the backup of the Lilia while they try and focus on that Rift Herald kind of area. They might sack this tower in the bot lane for it, but you might take that depending on how well you can use that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and the second Rift Herald not nearly as popular as the first. No platings are going to be available once that second big purple scuttle has been summoned. But, you know, it's still great for breaking those mid lane turrets being the most important use for it. Trying to open up the map and get that ward coverage advantage. Nobody has started up this Herald, and the bot turret did go down for the side of a Blaze here, or for ANEW here. So some extra ward coverage being pushed up by the side of Blaze, and now Viper going in a little deep, gonna get traded on by Alorum here. I don't think he's gonna full commit to this one. He might though.
He is. He's
the
going in.
Horde comes out. Darkwings is here on this side. The flash over the wall. I hate it here is going to be able to get a lot of damage out. Viper has actually sustained the Gore Drinker and the heals from the passive. He's going to be able to do so much. That Rage, the Fury keeping him alive there, and Alorum over chasing, and now Anda and Fire show up. They're able to pick off the top laner. A bit of an overextension coming in from a Blaze here.
Yeah, Darkwing's moving up there, and they just did not track Anda for that. They got Anda to show up alongside Fire, and just enough damage came through. As Palak Veneer now trying to fight this Akali.
Yeah, the shadow will come down, though. You cannot hit an Akali when she has her mist available smokescreen. That will be the Maokai ultimate convince. Ooh, committed, but
I don't know about this
as well. Big T doesn't have any mana. He forces the flash out. I mean, he overextended maybe, but there was nobody there to follow up. Everyone else had a reset, so that's going to be a Rift Herald started up by the side of a Blaze.
Yeah, but also they did lose Alorum in that fight, so that was not without cost. And honestly, getting Renekton that kill does help him kind of, you know, get back into this game a little bit. So all in all, I feel like this was kind of just an even trade. It's so hard to call here because Darkwings just kind of really got caught out early in that fight. because he was not predicting where Anda and Five Fire were going to be, and they chased it a little bit too far. They solo Ornhorned onto the Renekton and really got not a lot out of it.
And it's unfortunate when you commit so much and you're unable to get those kills there. We do see Anda going underneath or trying to get another pick onto Alorum here. Meanwhile, the entirety of Ablaze coming up to the top side. They will be looking for the turret dive. Ultimate used by Viper here, but the teleport from Firefire is able to keep him alive. They have to back away from this one. Firefire is still going. You're walking away from your Shroud there. Does use the ultimate in order to get back to safety. So it will be a lot committed towards his top side of the map. Even another teleport coming out by Alora just to be there. A little late for the fight, but they will be able to secure the top lane.
That's Dragon now. Yeah, that's third Dragon now given away. So that is a huge misplay from Blaze here, as they are just kind of trying to get something out of this fight that they kind of chose for themselves. They blew a lot of ultimates, didn't really get anything out of it, and then forced the TP from Alorum because they thought a fight was going to happen, and then lost Dragon for it. So right now, it is ANEW just kind of running circles around a Blaze in this macro.
Yeah, and Rift Herald will be committed in the mid lane though, so 2 turrets are the reward you get out of a Blaze here. I don't think it's worth putting yourself on Soul Point here versus a Lilia, Akali, Renekton. Imagine the ultimates being used there. There are a lot of big ultimates for this Wind Soul that can be utilized by ANEW, both in terms of cooldown reduction and the movement speed being very helpful, since, you know, Maokai can run in with it. Same with the Akali, the Kaisa, everyone on the side of ANEW really going to be able to abuse that extra movement speed to kite out or zone their opponents properly.
So this is actually kind of an interesting little adaptation I want to point out here. Right now, Anda has no mythic yet. Finished the Zonias, working on the, has the Oblivion Orb, has the Fiendish Codex, but really getting that Zonias, because we talked about how there is no front line for ANEW. They have the Renekton, they have a little bit of the Maokai, but there isn't like a big beefy tank. That Zonias provides a little bit of extra zone control that a tank would bring. So I do really like that the Zonias has come out. They don't need more damage. You don't need the Leandries to come out immediately. You need somebody who can zone out this Jhin and make him scared to walk up. I really, really like that adaptation, and I wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and between Viper and Anda here, the Gore Drinker and Bork being completed for Viper on this Renekton, he is going to have access to so much sustain. The Zonias, as you mentioned, being a great way that Anda's going to be able to play that front line and really zone out some of these frontline members that are available for the side of a Blaze here. The Alistar, the Ornn, as well as even the Graves to a degree, wants to try and play more up in your face since he does have those shotgun shots available for himself. Now, there is going to be a lot of lifesteal in this game, and I love to see the Oblivion Orb being picked up here as you are looking down at an Immortal Shield Bowl Bloodthirster Graves jungle so far.
Yeah, and just you add the Moonstone Renewer coming through, you're gonna have the Alistar passive a little bit. Jhin is also got the Fleet Footwork alongside, I believe, the Ravenous Hunter, if I'm correct here. No, but does have the Bloodline passive, so that's a bit of lifesteal. There's a lot of healing in this game for Ablaze, and getting that early Oblivion Orb is gonna be really key in keeping their team from just getting out healed in fights.
Bit of a slow point in this game we do have going on here. Dragon is going to be spawning in about 150. Baron is up and available, but the ward coverage is all around this bottom side of the map. Look at those deep blue wards that we have coming in here. And with Drake coming up and Soul Point being available for ANEW, I like to see where they are prioritizing their pressure.
Absolutely, because they can give a Baron, right? Like, there's always going to be the opportunity for another Baron, but if you get Soul Point, you get it for the game. So that is really prioritizing what they think is important. Also, the Cloud Soul is good on literally everybody.
Yeah, it is.
Team. even the Maokai, he pops it and he just bolts at you. You got a really fast tree running at you, which is a terrifying thought. And then you have the Lilia putting you to sleep and then running at you, which a deer person putting you to sleep and running at you is also a terrifying thought.
The last things you sleep,
Yeah.
nightmares you see before death as you go to sleep is just cute deer person running it down at you at Mach 10.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to see that happening in your games, as we already do see ANEW. Not only do they have the ward coverage, but they are positioning aggressively in this river as well. Is Ablaze going to even try and contest this right now?
They have to.
They have to. We see something coming around the mid lane. They're trying to get the mid lane prio so they can rotate their way over right now.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you have Fire shoving out that bot side. You have Viper up in the top side pushing in that wave. The side waves are just completely lopsided here. So this is just, they can only funnel into one area. And that means that ANEW knows exactly where they are. So even though they have the jump on this dragon, it's still incredibly risky.
And look at the harass that's already coming
Oh
out.
my
Here
god.
comes that flash forward from Adam. That's going to be the sleep coming in. Kai'Sa's trying to make a way through the backline, but it's going to be a lot of damage going across the board. Raheen has kept himself alive so far, and Anda and Maokai have gone down already. Fire doing his best to keep this one going. He's going to be able to find one. He finds the second one for himself. The Renekton is doing his best in the backline, but goes out to Lulu eventually. Value has not been touched, though, and it is a 3-for-3 at the end of a day. Super chaotic fight, but now it is ANEW with the inside track to this dragon.
There were a couple of points in that fight where I thought it was just going to turn the other way. We saw, actually, we do have a teleport coming in from Alorum. Or no, wait, that's Fire rather.
Ooh, Fire, he wants to cut them off. He got the back off. He found his way onto Raheen. Does he have the ultimate available? Not quite yet, and he did not commit entirely. He's able to back out. The Proto Belt. Ooh, I've never seen the Proto Belt before. That is an interesting adaptation by Fire, but unfortunately will not be able to finish off the Jhin here. Instead, he does clear out a path, though, for Value to pick up this dragon.
Yeah, so even though you didn't get a kill off of that, that provided exactly what you needed it to. It forced Raheen and Darkwings to go back to base and sacrifice this Cloud Soul. That is 100% worth the teleport and a huge win there. And I do want to try and talk about that fight, but I'm not going to be able to.
Nah, because these teams just don't stop fighting. Big T is going to get collapsed on here. The flash will keep him safe as he finds the wind tunnel and uses the ultimate. A couple of extra speed boosts in order to scurry on away. The tree man doesn't have to use that wind soul for offense. He can always use it for defense as well.
Oh, Fire got caught though.
Ooh, Fire not in a very good position here. Has to use the Shroud in order to get himself to safety. Baron has been started up by the side of Ablaze here. They might be trying to overforce this one. Renekton is slowly rotating his way up from the bot lane under half health. This is desperation for sure, but is Anda going to be able to make his way into the pit? He's being jumped on him by the backside. Alistar keeping him at bay. It's dropping down below 2,000 health, below 1,000. It's going to be secured, but can Ablaze get out? Renekton has found his way into the pit. He is doing so much work onto Alorum and on the Panier, but now it is Value that makes his way over. Killer Instinct going in. Jhin has found one, but you have also lost Darkwings. It's so many low health bars coming in. Wait, Raheen, no, not like this. You step forward, you're gonna get CC, but Big T has no more mana. No, it is gonna be the Maokai going down. Anda has made his way back into this fight. He's going to be trying to get onto Palak, but he is just taking so much damage. Instead, he has to back away there. Baron is secured, but it costs them some lives.
Yeah, it really only cost them Lulu, I believe. And really, you take that, honestly. And a huge play from Maheen there in that fight to get the Gale Force off to kill Fire as he tried to dive down onto the Jhin. So really, really big play from Maheen to make sure that he stayed alive and could turn that fight around. So honestly, the Desperation Baron, it worked. And that gives a lot of time now for this tanky composition, as Alorum might not have a lot of time.
Yeah, he goes to sleep. A teleport coming in might be able to keep him alive. That is going to be Darkwings coming into Lulu with the shields. Does have the wild growth available as well. Reese is also on the backside of this, and that means Alistar left out to drive. Fire though finds his way onto Raheen. Finally, the Jhin is down. The AD carry is missing. Big T dropping down extremely low, but there is still value here. He is still getting value for himself as an AD carry without a contender here. He goes forward, uses the Gale Force. How much damage can he get? Killer Instinct comes out, but he dashes into the Ornhorn. He goes down, sacrificing his life, and Fire also gets picked up at the end of the day. 4-for-1, Raheen may have gone down, but you have lost your entire team.
That fight was just so close there, and now you see the Immortal Shield Bow now involved from the Ornn. Level 15 now, you have the Gale Force evolved, you have the Immortal Shield Bow evolved, and now looks like Ablaze is gonna try and push this one in. I don't believe they can end it, but they will crack the base and run out. So Fire got onto the Jhin, and I thought that might be enough there because I thought that was going to be enough damage taken out of the composition. But Darkwing's just skirting along the edge of that, tanking as much damage as possible, and also healing and shielding this Graves to carry the fight afterwards was so huge.
Yeah, and you really gotta try and get as much damage down onto this Graves all at once as much as possible here. And I want to note, there are Grievous Wounds available for this side of ANEW here, but they are all the single components here. You have 2 Oblivion Orbs, you have 2 Executioner's Callings, but that is only 40% of a cut, whereas if you completed those items by now, if you'd gone into the full builds, you would be doing up to 60% lifesteal, and when you're facing an Immortal Shield Bow, Bloodthirster, and now Infinity Edge completed Graves, you cannot afford to let this man live longer than 1 or 2 seconds in a fight. You have to burst him out here. And unfortunately for them, Fire had already used everything to take out Raheen, which means there was no damage left in order to completely assassinate Palak Paneer.
Yeah, and I do want to point out actually that the upgraded Immortal Shield Bow, which is called Blood Ward, learn something new, actually increases the lifesteal you get from the item, which is not. I thought that would really only be like AD and attack speed, some of the more basic types of stats. But yeah, getting even more lifesteal onto this Graves is terrifying.
Yeah, that's a really weird stat to get extra bonuses on. I'm intrigued in how that works. Ever since the whole Mythic items reworking coming out, it does mean that those are the only items available for upgrades, of course, for the Ornn. But I digress. This game, very close series we have so far here, as we might finally see our first red side win here. Baron has finally worn off on the side of Ablaze here, so they no longer have the big purple buff in order to help themselves push down these lanes. Open inhibitor cracked on the bottom side, and with Elder Drake spawning in about 30 seconds here, I'm expecting another massive fight to start out.
Yeah, but we might want to have one now.
Yeah, Anda getting caught out of position. Palak Paneer going over the wall is not going to be able to finish off Anda or Value, though, as both of them make it out alive. But that is now 2 flashes missing on the side of ANEW.
Yeah, the Jhin ult is used for that, and that is a little bit scary because Raheen has been getting pushed out in fights, and the Jhin ult is how he has provided damage in these fights still. You can see Viper is sitting out on the Crocodile, just waiting to hop around. I don't know if they realize that Viper is behind them.
That's a massive flank. If he can get his way onto Darkwinds
Here
or
we go.
Raheen here, he's on top of that Blast Cone. Is he going to be able to commit to it anytime soon? You've already popped the ultimate. You got to go now. Darkwinds is going to be his target. No, he goes for Palak Paneer, but he's not able to find enough damage as everyone backs away from the side of the Blaze. They knew something was up, and 2 members are bursted out by ANEW. 3 go down. Fire is left to die. Anda has to run away, and Value as well. Teleport already coming out by this Lulu to cut off the Kaisa. They know where he's at. Killer Instinct used just to keep him alive, but the Elder Drake has been secured by the side of Ablaze, and you thought you had the flank, but Ablaze knew the entire time.
Yeah, they came in and just immediately backed out, and once Viper had to turn around onto Alorum, that fight was over. There is no way Renekton is going to beat through this Ornn at this point of the game, and it is just a complete wash here. The scaling has come through. The scales of Renekton have started to falter, and that is now Elder and Baron for Ablaze.
It has taken a little too long for ANEW to finish out this game, and now that Ornn has gotten his upgrades out, Alorum sitting at level 17, just completing up the entire team. Everyone is stemmed up and ready to go here with their mythic items being upgraded, except for it looks like Alorum himself hasn't quite upgraded his yet, I think. So,
No, it is. It is. It's
okay,
automatically. The UI is not great. Welcome to spectator client.
200 years of spectator client. Am I right? But we digress. We do have though another major buff in the hands of a Blaze here. They are going to be trying their best to end this one out here, rushing it down the mid lane. Mid lane inhibitor turret's going to be going down. They will probably rotate their way into the bottom side of this map, and I'm fairly confident to say this one might be over.
Yeah, and this will now be the second win. The first time Red Side has actually pulled out a win here, unless something turns around. Big sleep gonna come through though.
Oh, that's a massive sleep indeed, but nobody is there to follow up. Nobody gets the extra damage in there, so the Elder Drake is still going to be burning away on the side of a Blaze here. Akali try to do her best to 1v1, but you do not take the 1v1 versus the Ornn, who is level 17. One Nexus turret has go down. Second one has been popped by Palik, and that is going to be the engage. Renekton dropping down low. First Elder, Shaboom comes out. 3 members have dropped. Alorum flashes for the auto attack. The fire in my laser. They end this one out with 4 members and a Nexus defeat in 33 minutes.
Yeah, and just all they had to do was buy time. The turnarounds in these fights were absolutely absurd. So the amount of times that we saw Raheem get out of fights just barely alive and turn things around. The same thing with Palak Paneer. There was so much diving onto those 2 carries, and they turned things around so much.
Now, guys, like you were mentioning, like we're so back and forth, especially going on to the early game here, y'all. And I gotta say here, man, it was okay. I understand the dragons are a vital part of the game, right? Now, what happens when one team takes all 4 dragons and decides we can go ahead and have all of that, but we'll just take the Elder and the Baron and the towers and eventually your base, Icarus.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get all the dragons. That's really, really great for the side of ANEW here. And I thought that was actually going to be a winning condition for them. However, they lacked, I want to say, enough late game viability, because as much as I think that Ablaze was still lacking damage at the end of the game, what they weren't lacking in was sustain. And that was the biggest difference this game. You had 2 tanks in Ornn and Alistar. You have Lulu playing the shield and heal bot that she needs to be. And while Raheen was getting jumped and did get picked off a couple of times, Palak Paneer really finally had his pop-off game that we've been looking for him this entire series. He went 6-1-9, had the highest farm in the game out on his team at least. And with the amount of damage he was pumping out with the shields he's getting from his team, he was unkillable. There was nothing that anybody on the side of ANEW could do for him.
Not at all, and that was the craziest part for me too, because I know we're looking at the Grays, especially at the beginning, to be the overall carry pick to make a lot of the differences too. And although you saw, for the beginning that our new esports did have the early lead too, they had superstar scaling picks. But that word at the end of the day is really what I find came to their downfall as well, especially with the Renekton here. So Thousand Eyes, talk to me about the scaling factor that came into the game here, man, because I found sometimes with the engages that ANEW have, it did not seem to pan out.
Yeah, they kept trying to go for these flanks, and they realized in the later portions of the game that was what they had to do. We saw it around that last dragon fight. They had to make some kind of flank in order to make something happen, because if Jhin and Graves were given the opportunity to kite them out, that was just game over. They had to get Viper onto Raheen, and they couldn't do it in that fight. And you saw, as soon as Alorum was able to just kind of soak up damage, it was just free farming for Palak Paneer and Raheen. They were able to just blow up 5 fire. Value could not get past this Ornn, and Ando was just kind of silently having a good game, but not able to do anything with it because the rest of his team was just not able to kind of capitalize on their early leads.
A tragic happenstance, which you saw and witnessed upon with our own eyes, like you all mentioned as well within the game. These scales will not scale as upon directness. So that's unfortunate. So Icarus, I'll go ahead and come to you last before we head to a small little break. What do you want to see going into game number 4 and the possible final game of the night coming out from a new Blaze to take it home?
A Blaze proved me wrong. It's not going to be a blue side draft diff the entire
Mhm,
series. So it's for ANEW, I'm still hoping they can make my predictions right in a 3-2 series here. Give me a full 5-game series. I want to see
mhm,
them lean away from the Akali, to be completely honest with you. It looks like the read has kind of come out versus this flex pick that they've used in the top and mid lane so far. I want to see them play a little bit more traditional. Draft a tank for
mhm,
yourself. I know that Viper likes to play aggressive top laners and apparently likes to play very aggressive junglers, but somebody has to play that front line for your team. Somebody has to be the CC, has to be willing to sacrifice the fun style of champions in order to say, hey, we need to win these team fights because they had all the Drakes, as you mentioned, and they just didn't have the team fights. Granted, Winsol, not the best for team fight Drakes, but at the very least, like, imagine you have an Ornn on your side for ANEW instead of the Renekton. Then you win that game because you have a tank
mhm.
available.
Some solid possibilities here, and I believe you know it reminds me of that wonderful old movie. I believe it's a Christmas movie that really warms my heart. Is I believe the name is it's not a blue side diff after all, right? It's who would have thought it really is better team wins though, and perhaps that will it be. So Lord Calyx, let us know who's it gonna be here, man, as you head out to a small break, and when we come back we could have the possible game of the night. Do not go anywhere. Be right back right here on Risen. And welcome back, everybody, for game number 4 between ANEW and ANEW. I know both of these organizations have been battling out for the past couple hours already here, man. And considering it's been so back and forth here, now I'm going to go ahead and ask you real quick: who are you favoring in this matchup? ANEW or ANEW?
I I'm leaning towards a new, but I'm not positive on it.
Hmm, I get that.
I
That's fine.
get back to me after this game, and I'll
Icarus, what
have
are
a
you
better
thinking,
answer
man?
for you.
Is it?
I think I'm gonna have to say I favor new instead. Yeah, it's
Oh,
definitely new where I place my vote on that one.
Did not see
okay,
that coming.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
okay.
definitely in a new angle for me.
But is it not always in a new angle, though, for being realistic about this?
I
And
mean,
me and
from
my
what I've
suffering.
seen, from what I've seen out of both of these teams here, though, they've been playing fairly well. I liked so
Mhm,
far, especially like game one was like a 15-minute surrender of a game, and that about wraps that up.
Hmm.
Everyone like we could just like slide that one underneath the rug and forget that it ever happened because it was kind of a
mhm,
fluke more than anything else. But like games 2 and 3 have been super exciting. It's been a lot of back and forth. Draft adaptations have been super exciting. The macro play, it's just all around across the board. Been a very exciting and fun series to watch, both from like a macro and intellectual standpoint, as well as for me, like the team fights are glorious. They've been great so far. A lot of small decision making here and there that has really been able to make or break these team fights, especially out of the likes of Alorm. I think has been a huge player in the past couple of games for his team.
I completely agree too. Because with the way that how things have been so back and forth between both of these teams here, like, I just want to say I'm actually thoroughly and genuinely enjoying myself too. Because it seems as though right at the beginning, one team might have just the advantageous draft. They go and get early picks, suddenly start snowballing their leads, and it just all just shifts. One fighter's all it takes one solid flank or one missing gauge, even perhaps a early missed ability can be the difference between winners and losers. So I found myself consistently being on a knife's edge between these two teams. I thought I was gonna go ahead and go to you next year. What are you looking at as you go into game number 4?
Yeah, so I want to see something that has a little bit more just kind of frontline from a new, because really these games are going long enough that the fact that they don't have a true frontliner is
Mhm,
really hurting them. So it worries me that they keep like going for these like super hardcore just run at you and kill you and just outplay you type of comps
yeah.
when they haven't closed it for 2 games in a row now. So I really am hoping that they change their strategy up, or we might just be looking at the end of the series this game.
And let's find out if we do so as we head on into pro draft here yet again for this game here, y'all. So far, some familiar bands we've seen already before. Seraphine, Lucian, and the Kidder taken away here. ANEW hasn't necessarily changed the band strat at all, but the Aphelios and Olaf taken away by Blaze. They do not want to give ANEW that option right off the bat. I imagine we'll see the early ABC begin again, and yes, we do. And Jin locked in, B1 match by the Kites on the other end. So consistent picks so far.
Well, kind of consistent in the form that they are in the game, but we are swapping the players around a little bit.
Yeah.
Jin has been specifically for Raheen, and now it is going to be going over actually to Value instead. So we're going to see things change around a little bit, but it's still going to be that Alistar for Breezy, and they're going to be trying to set up those dives. I like it so far just purely because taking that Olaf off, especially being on the red side and not giving that away right away, is great. And we talked about how the Kai'Sa kind of loses early, but it does scale up well, and that's been what Blaze has been doing really well in these games.
But what ANEW's been doing really well in these games is winning the early game and snowballing. We saw that in game one. No, we write it off as a fluke, but in reality, that was just a hard stomp of a game. And when you draft yourself these winning lanes, you draft yourself already. They have the Jin Maokai, which beats the Kai'Sa Alistar in lane. You have the outrange Maokai's saplings counter the Alistar and don't allow him to ever get bush priority. Rengar also if he wants to try and go for a bush, you can do it in order to get your leap. But again, you have to deal with that Maokai. Nidalee also going to be placing these traps around in order to prevent Rengar from getting whatever he wants in terms of jumping through bushes and really abusing your sight lines if you don't have the proper ward coverage. So I'd like to see this aggressive early game coming out by ANEW so far, because that is how they've been able to win the game. Now is when I would like to see them pick a tank as we're heading into the second round of bans, though.
Yeah, we are gonna see that come through. The bans, the Renekton getting taken away, giving a little bit of breathing space to Alorum here, and this Rengar worries me. Mainly just because when we saw it last time, there were two sides of the Rengar, and you really were just rolling the dice to see what you got in each fight. Because sometimes we saw Palak Paneer just go really super deep when he shouldn't, and sometimes he was in the right spot just waiting to catch kills.
No, with across the board here, as if it does go ahead and get locked into it in the second round of picks, and the Wukong gets banned away by ANEW, I'm genuinely hoping that we get to see the Riven from Viper. It's like, I'm holding it in my heart. I think it would be such a fun time to see Viper back on the Riven again, especially seeing it live in the game here, man. For those who don't know, Viper's famous for his Riven picks, as well as the Zir gets locked in for the mid side batting up against that Victor. So the battle of attrition here, Lays versus Soldier, scale v scale. Whoever can land the Q first will likely go and win all these trades. Just still like some older picks that have worked for both these teams in the previous games. I'm just waiting for the final pick here, y'all. Just they're locked in. Give it to me, please.
The question here.
So we have seen a little bit of top lane AD carries from Viper. He's trolling us, but he has been playing it on his accounts a little bit.
Lock it in.
Do it.
Lock it.
No.
Oh!
I'm gonna go cry now.
Okay, so I do think this is interesting because this forces Alorum into a really weird spot. If he goes for a full tank here, then he's gonna really lose the lane a lot worse than he's already been losing. But if Viper does not like pop off on this, eventually this composition once again is just gonna get outscaled as you see the Malphite locked in.
So it's gonna be the blind Vayne going up against the Malphite here. So okay. Now we did see the Vayne actually get banned away. I believe it was game number 3 here. So just previously, so perhaps anticipating for this pick to come out as well. I don't know about y'all, but personally, my eye is definitely on top side pick for Viper here too, because we know, the Vayne pick 2 can definitely be solid in certain situations, right? Going into the Malphite pick, and Vayne might have a bit of a tougher time, but she does exceed in those mid-range team fights, and that's really where her overall damage profile lies. And if I'm looking at it, if the Vayne gets a chance to farm, she wouldn't be too bad. But Chris, what are we thinking here with the compositions?
I think ANEW isn't watching the stream because they didn't lock in any kind of tank in this game. Maokai, as we've mentioned before, is going to be going AP. They have a Nidalee Vayne for their jungle top duo here. And the Malphite is questionable, but chat reminded me that Comet Malphite is a thing. So
that's
Alorum can just max his Q with a D-ring and harass Vayne out like old school AP support Malphite used to, and Vayne has a terrible time into any kind of harass. And sure, if Viper is willing to go toe to toe and play on a knife's edge the entirety of the lane, he might be able to come out ahead with a couple of kills here. But showing the Vayne top lane blind did allow for Alorum to not only get a tank like he wants to, get an engaged champion like he wants to, but it also allows him to pick which one he wants to play in this Malphite so that he can go that Comet build and still be able to deal with the harassing Vayne in the top lane. So it looks troll, but it's not on the side of Alorum here. It's actually big.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, like, I am somebody who is a god awful top laner, and
Same.
I play Malphite when I just want to turn my brain off and have fun. So I know a little bit about Malphite, especially into these ranged matchups. This has to be played so perfectly by the Vayne in order to like really like super hard win this matchup as much as Vayne needs to in order to be a worthwhile pick as a top laner. And it's not something that I really feel is going to be possible because yeah, like you said, it's going to be the Comet. It's going to be more than likely the Time Warp Tonic alongside the Corrupting Pot, and you
Mhm.
just sustain forever and you go for the mana flow, you constantly proc it on cooldown, and you're basically just eventually going to be able to not take any damage, constantly poke the Vayne, and she can't push you in super hard either. So this is really, really rough unless Vayne wins hard in those early, like, first 4 or 5 levels.
The way
And
I'm
that's
looking at it,
really
sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I was gonna say, and that's really where Vayne does struggle the most. Like, on top of the fact that Comet is going to be doing so much work here, Vayne, yes, does have the range advantage, but it's also a Vayne that has traditionally been a late game scaling AD carry. You
Yeah.
need to see at least, I would say, a Bork and Boots completed on this Vayne before she's going to be able to actually 1v1 this Malphite. I think she just passes up the Kraken Slayer or the Gale Force first item and just goes straight into trying to sustain. I think she goes straight for the
Mhm.
Bork. I think she goes straight for the tier 2 boots and just tries to run this Malphite down in the early game. But even then, she has to hit that point. Viper has to hit that point in the game before he's going to be able to actually go toe to toe with Allura.
If the Vayne isn't dead on Rengar's screen when he hits level 6, man, I will be personally shocked. I gotta say, as I was also said, I was also said by somebody else as well, because like a new Blaze here with the competition coming into it here, man. I would advise Viper to be careful to play it safe and adopt the Ravage strat, which is farm under tower and make sure y'all stay side by side, stay locked to the tower like you are, under Rel's W here, man. It's because as soon as you go and step outside that range, man, you'll be going into a battlefield of unknown proportions, dives, and it's gonna be a tough time personally. But if we're looking at if looking across the board for the entire a new composition here, I like the Makai pick a lot, and I was an Italy pick coming into it too. I'm a big fan of that. I'm hoping to see the Moonstone staff, Moonstone staff, Nidalee type build, which we're seeing popularized by many different people. But then again, we did see the Nidalee before as well in the game, which I remember I know just completely took over. So let's see if they're able to go and recreate the same sort of effect. But I will ask you off any final thoughts before we head into game number 4.
Yeah, for me, it's once again gonna have to be the early win from and like honestly a big carry from Anda right here. Like Five Fire and Viper, they have to scale up. We haven't really seen a whole lot from Value and Big T outside of when Anda shows up. And Anda needs to really pull off the same kind of jungle attention he's been getting throughout this entire game.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
I
Chris?
think this game gets determined in the mid game. Um, Whichever team can win the early game and comes into the mid game swinging harder is going to be able to try and pull a lead ahead. ANEW has a lot of damage. We can't underestimate that, but a Blaze actually has a front line once again in that Malphite pick. So it's really going to be determined by who can develop some leads in the early game and push it through to the mid game is going to be the biggest deciding factor for me.
So we'll see when all that happens here. Is it going to be the early, the mid, the late? Who will continue this lane kingdom domination as we head into game number 4 between the new and new? Stick around. We'll be right back on the Rift in just 30 seconds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopping into game 4 of our best of 5 series here between ANEW and ANEW. We keep making the joke all night and it never gets old. We do have ANEW, the original team, on the blue side and Ablaze on the red side here, as once again we are starting off with another 5-point in the series here as we are coming on to match point here. An exciting 4th game for sure.
Yeah, and just looking at the items right away, you do have Jin with the boots here, looking to try and kite out this Alistar and stay alive in lane a little bit more, which is an interesting change that you don't see terribly often. So I'm also assuming that does have to do with the fact that you want to have those potions just for a little bit more ability to stay in lane. But it is an adaptation all the same.
And with having the extra range advantage in this lane as well, it will just allow him to space out his opponent a little bit better using the extra potions. Try and go for more of a harass, sustain, stay out of range playstyle in the early laning phase. Something that I guess values for himself is that extra bit of move speed, I guess you can say.
Yeah. Also interesting to note that this is the first game where we have had a team select red side. So
It is an interesting adaptation for sure, these series. I do like to see that the Jhin has been taken away from Raheen. I'm very curious to see how Raheen is going to be able to play the Kai'Sa this series. We have seen a lot of Kai'Sa so far, and yet not a whole lot of success on this champion. It is one of the top 80 carry picks in the current meta, but it has not been performing too well in tonight's series, as we do have some trading going on bot lane as usual. Big T trying to get the bush control for his team, and level 2 starting to be hit soon in just about 3 minutes here in all lanes.
yeah, trading's going through and everything. And yeah, bot lane value.
Yeah, level 2's hit early from Big T there in value, so they're going to be able to force a lot of damage on a Breezy there, but he's able to back away, keep himself nice and safe there. And once again, we see some trading. Ooh, great 3 proc there by Viper in the top lane.
This is the scary thing about Vayne early game. Her auto Q, and if she can get that 3rd auto combined with press the attack and silver bolts, it pops you for a lot early. People generally aren't prepared for how much burst Vayne has at that level 2, level 3 point, as you can see. So you do have to be careful about that. But yeah, once Alorum's getting to that level 6 point, that is where Viper needs to play super safe or risk giving a lot of kills over to this Rengar.
Yeah, and we were saying that this Vayne doesn't really win this top lane matchup because of Comet. It takes a couple of levels for Malphite to get enough points into Q to harass out this Vayne.
This is good. This is the dive.
We have the dive coming in topside, and just like that, and finds first blood, and Viper drops down extremely low, but stays safe.
Yeah, the heal coming through from Anda as well to stay alive. And we talked about it. It needs to come through in that early level 4 to 5 range where Vayne gets ahead in that lane, or it's going to be over. And right there, level 4, we got it. Tower dive, kill Alorum, back, force the teleport, and now you're in a spot where you can match the TP and just force Alorum to just stay in this lane 1v1.
And what makes it even more difficult is with all the extra, he keeps going for those silver bolt procs. With all the extra time that Viper was able to get in that top lane, he picked up 20 CS that Alorum missed out on, and that dive perfectly killed him to deny that entire wave, the massive wave of EXP and gold from Alorum. So it makes this lane just that much more difficult for Alorum. And so far, Viper, we were giving him some doubts, but he's been playing this early game perfectly.
Yeah, and I gotta question the jungle pathing a little bit here, because if you're looking at a game plan to make this Vayne useful at all, it involves a dive onto the Malphite in the early levels. So starting on that red buff and pathing to the bottom side there, yes, it avoids the Nidalee and avoids the conflict and lets Rengar try to hit that level 6, but you are sacrificing Alorum in the process and getting a possible fed Vayne.
Breezy going a little aggressive underneath turret there. Meanwhile, Polak Paneer is going to get caught out in the enemy side of the jungle. He is going to get the double jump out of the bush, flash forward. He finds the execution onto Andon, and Polak Paneer pulls off the 1v1 in the enemy side of the jungle. Now, he's got to try and make his best James Bond impression and get out of there safe and sound like the assassin he is, but he has been found out. Maokai knows where he is, so does Azir, and I think our hero is no more as Fire is able to find that one.
And a kill for the Azir is always a good thing if you are an ANEW fan. A ANEW specific fan. As yeah, you will be. Yeah, you will be seeing Fire get a nice early lead there. But yeah, getting a kill onto the Rengar is pretty worth it to just, especially because it means that Nidalee is now one death in, is slowing her roll early on. That is what you want to see. The slower you can make a Nidalee in the early game, the better.
Ooh, but there's not going to be much that Rengar can do to slow down a Nidalee invading on the top side of the jungle here. I'm surprised that Anda didn't go for that one. He had the perfect behind flank onto Alorum. I suppose the fear for the unstoppable force and flash disengage can be quite a scary situation for an early game Nidalee. Quite squishy, and you know, that Comet could put in some work there for sure.
Yeah, and Viper has friends here.
Ooh, he has a lot of friends, not just Anda this time, as Fire and Big T come up as well. Big T was able to get the Nature's Grasp, but that's going to be a dash forward. The Sarima Shuffle comes out, and Fire gets the execution.
Yeah, so Fire now 2-0. This is looking good for ANEW here, but once again, this is still a Malphite. And yes, you're down a lot of CS, but Malphite is still Malphite, can hit that ultimate and be a huge problem in a team fight, even with no items. And yeah, you're seeing now the bottom side is all belonging to Polak Paneer. Will get this red buff, will get the dragon as well. And this game is basically just sacrifice Alorum to make sure our bot lane wins.
Weak side top is the name of the game here for Ablaze here. They are able to pick up a plating in the bot lane and that dragon, as you mentioned, on top of the red buff steal. It looks like we're going to have just a bit of vertical jungling at this point, as Anda has decided to go for a steal onto the enemy topside jungle as well, taking away his red buff, taking away his Krugs. So it is going to be a split map here for this fourth game of the series here. And once again, are we going to see Alorum getting jumped on? That is Viper moving very aggressively forward, but is going to back away as Anda does go to clear his bottom side of the jungle.
Yeah, so looks like Anda's just gonna take this blue buff, take this, and just path around this mid lane here. I mean, right now the win condition for ANEW is this Azir. You have him 2-0, has a decent advantage here, despite being down some CS. And Fire is absolutely a player who can carry. He is extremely talented, as we've seen in the earlier games of this series. They need to get him out of that lane. They need to enable him in these either bot lanes or top lanes again, and get him even more fed, because if you get to that big game and Azir is already, finished the first item and a half, you're dealing with an Azir that is a huge problem in a team fight.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't really got a chance to talk about so far. We keep mentioning, this Nidalee needs to get ahead early. Malphite needs to wait until level 6 to make things happen onto the Venus. We do see him using that unstoppable force right away. Goes in, the is coming out. That is going to be Rengar committed as well. The flash used, but to no avail. Polak Paneer finds himself another assassination on the top side.
Yeah, so that's the combo. That's what we expected, and that is what happens once Malphite has ult, so nothing too surprising there. And that means that Rift Herald is now going to be contested over without that AD carry in that top side.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the beauty of this Rengar pick, is the fact that he can kind of just show up in any one of these lanes, albeit maybe bottom lane, and kill whoever's there. Fire, squishy champion. Nidalee, if he finds her in the jungle, squishy champion. Same with this Vayne. And now that Polak Paneer is sitting at 2-1, has completed 1 serrated dirk and 3 long swords for himself, he's going to be doing a bit of damage. And, you know, with Alorm having access to the unstoppable force on the top side, it is a almost guaranteed wombo combo that you can pull off for yourself. Albeit, again, an amazing flash coming out from Viper.
Yeah, and not hitting the spear there will just go in. And it's not going to be the Moonstone Renewer on the Nidalee. We'll be seeing that Night Harvester again. So, yeah, now Alorm's kind of at the point now where Vayne is not really a threat unless there are more people. And Palak Paneer here.
Ooh, he's sitting in the bush and he finds Anda trying to come in from the behind once again. But this time, Rengar is there to defend his top laner and will win out on that trade.
Yeah, Palak Paneer got all them long swords. Just long swords in between each finger, ready to punch this Nidalee in the face. And Palak Paneer really is controlling this jungle right now, which is not what you want to see if you're an ANEW fan, because Anda is not going to scale into this late game and one-shot anywhere near as easily as this Rengar can onto this Jhin or the Vayne.
Yes, but you could also love to see that if you're an ANEW fan, seeing that Rengar is going to be able to one-shot better than this Nidalee in the early game, because it is an ANEW versus ANEW matchup, as we do have another dragon spawning into the map in 35 seconds here, which means both of these teams are trying to fight for some ward coverage on this bottom half of the map. Blue buff will be given over to the Victor as well, so the mid laner for Ablaze will have some extra mana and cooldown reduction available for this upcoming team fight.
Yeah, and you can see Dragon is definitely going to be contested over here. You can see both teams really trying to get that vision control there. Lots and lots of control words there, as Fire will try and check and clear this out, but it is a little too scary there. Victor already hurting a bit.
Yeah, and it's a tense match to be in for ANEW here as well. They are sitting 2-1 down in this best of 5, so this is match point for the side of Ablaze here. They have the potential to win this game. Alorm walking forward. He is doing so much damage to Viper. He is held onto the unstoppable force as well. Might be looking to turn around, but instead takes that third proc and is going to back away. Now it is Darkwing side is looking for the kill onto Fire. Does not quite find it, and Dragon has been alive for about a minute already, and yet nobody has started it up. Instead, Rift Herald dropped on the top side of the map in order to try to leave some pressure around this bottom Drake pit.
Yeah, but they know that Nidalee is now topside, so this means the Dragon is going to go over, and that's second Dragon here for Ablaze. So not really a trade that I'll take. I don't even think the Rift Herald hit anything. Oh, wait, no, it did. It did hit, yes. I wasn't sure how low the tower was, but yeah, it hit, but you didn't get the tower. You're not going to be able to get it down before plates go away.
Ooh, beautiful flash. Chef's kiss to Anda there, getting away from that unstoppable force. He was about to be collapsed on, but he keeps himself safe. But yeah, as you were saying, Dragon for a couple of platings, not really worth it.
And Anda's been a little bit silent here, farming up pretty silently, and we'll just start giving that blue buff over. And right now, what I'm looking at is we need something to happen here. Yes, this Vayne has been doing okay against Malphite, but okay is not good enough. You need Vayne to absolutely stomp on the Malphite, or it's just not going to be worthwhile. And with this Rengar sitting around here, that just forces Viper to sit back, just try and... He has to back right now. He can't stay up there safely. And you're just basically letting Malphite scale into the late game for free.
And it's not like there's a lack of scaling options on the side of ANEW either. The issue is that they have once again drafted themselves into a position where they do not have a tank to force engages for them. Yes, you have the Maokai, but he is going towards that Imperial Mandate once again. It is a much squishier build than you would like to see. So while Alorm is able to use the Unstoppable Force for his team, force fights, engage for everyone on his side, and provide openings for his scaling mid and bot laners, you don't get the same kind of options, the same generosity out of the top laner of ANEW here. Instead, you have Viper playing this Vayne, another scaling AD carry, and you have more damage for ANEW, but there's no way to access it.
Yes, things are pretty calm right now. And that is definitely, ooh, I say that.
Caster Curse coming in true here, and is going to be able to get a lot of damage down onto Darkwings, but not quite the finish off there. Palak Paneer going extremely far forward here as Viper comes in order to assist on that kill. Alorum has teleported in just a little bit late into this one. Is going to be able to use that extra speed boost to get out safe, and it will be just one kill given over at the end of the day.
Yeah, Palak Paneer, I feel like that was one of those situations where you use the Rengar and you're like, okay, I need to make something out of it. We need to do something. And you go in just because, but you don't really think about what the rest of the map state is. That's not exactly the greatest decision making. And that's kind of the Rengar that we saw in the early game of game 2. And that worries me because I don't know how consistent we're going to be able to see Rengar win in this late game.
Yeah, and we already do have another fight going on top side here. That's going to be the flash engage coming out by Alorum, though he's able to find his way onto Viper. Unfortunately, the flash is not going to be able to keep himself safe. Fire has rotated over to the top side using that teleport as well. Is he going to be able to get enough damage? Flash out from Panak. He gets to the bush. Is he going to be able to get onto the Azir? He does. Alorum finds the shutdown there, and now 2 kills picked up on the top side of the map for a Blaze. They are slowly trying to make their way back into this game.
Yep, and there it is, the flash ult engage. That's all you got to do is Malphite. With Vayne going down, that is, it just feels like this pick was not really in a spot where it was ever going to work.
Rift Herald will be the result of that successful fight on the top half of the map, but Anda is still here and available. The Maokai ultimate coming out here to try and just zone away from the neutral objective, but he might be sacrificing his life. Big T goes down, Breezy finding that one. Killer Instinct coming in order by some space for Raheen as Viper trying to go in, trying to find the assassination, but it's unsuccessful. Another couple of kills just kind of donated over to a Blaze here.
Yeah, and Firefire's going to try this.
Fire continuing on the side of ANEW to overforce this fight for the second Rift Herald. Palak Paneer going in. Killer Instinct comes in by Raheen once again. Is not going to be able to find a kill there, but he will be able to force away the jungler and AD carry from ANEW, and it should mean they finally get their hands on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they got the Rift Herald now, and I just don't even have words for this. The teleport flank Vayne getting just immediately blown up by Palak Paneer. Fire then going in and driving in, hitting a wall on a bunch of players, but then not really having any follow-up and just getting converged on by 4 people. This team just kind of feels like it's a little out of sorts right now.
It does feel like they're going for a lot of desperation plays. They feel this game slipping away from them. They don't know how to slow it down now that Malphite has joined the fight and is able to bring the unstoppable force to all these team fights. And again, we're running across that issue where ANEW just doesn't have the draft to be able to force fights. There, we finally see something working out for them, but it costs it costs the ultimate out of Maokai just to pick up the Rengar, who did not have the flash, could not escape, and it will mean that they get a win streak for themselves as we're sitting on a win map here, but it is only going to be the first streak of the game for ANEW.
Yeah, and I mean that is something that it's not just the kill onto the Rengar, it is also the dragon, which stalls out any possible dragon soul that would be coming through for a Blaze. But I mean, we talked about it in draft too, that this composition was kind of a, we need to win game early, but you're already at a point where you're trying to just stop a Blaze from snowballing. So like you're in this really weird spot where it's like, okay, well, we want to try and win early, but we also need to stop them from winning as much as they have been. This is just really not looking good for ANEW.
And that's kind of why we were saying that the mid game is the most important part of this particular game in the series, is because if the game runs long enough, Vayne, Jhin, Azir are going to be able to put in so much work. They have the extra damage sources and might be able to get a pick onto Alorum. However, during this mid game, when there is a lack of a frontline, a lack of a pure engage, during the most important objective control time of the game, it puts ANEW in a really weak spot, and we're seeing that come true here as they have been slowly bleeding away kill after kill. And now that Baron is on the map, we already see both of these teams trying to get some ward coverage around here and develop their vision that they need in order to start up this buff.
Yeah, and so far, just getting control. And Ablaze playing this just really well. They understand that they don't need to play super fast. They don't need to rush anything. Just play slow. Let ANEW try and force things and capitalize on that. They have a lot of counter engage with the Malphite as well as the Alistar.
Alorm is going to force onto Fire though. Put up the turret in order to try and keep himself safe. One more turret shot is going to put Alorm pretty low here, but Balak Paneer is not going to be able to quite catch up. He does get one of the bullet tosses. Is it going to be enough? He shouts, he screams, he autos, and he finds the kill. One last turret shot will not be enough as he picks off the mid laner.
Oh yeah, there is value trying to shove. They're just trying to get this tower right now because they realize they lost their mid laner and Breezy. Oh, but we'll get blocked. And now here it is, the desperation Baron. You just have to make this call right now and see if you can get some kind of momentum going. But yeah, if this goes wrong, you have to imagine the game will be closing out soon.
It was scouted out. Raheen was able to see that with the warding trinket, and now it is going to be Alorm coming in down below 2,000. It's going to be smited. It's going to be secured, and there's nobody there in order to stop it from going down. Hate in there is going to be Hate it here is going to be going down as Alorm flashes over the wall, and now it is Anda left alone underneath turret. There is no unstoppable force. Alorm is just so tanky. He's waiting for the cavalry. He's waiting for the backup. Gale Force comes in, but one more leap away, and Anda should be out. It is going to be Baron, but on only 3 members. And at the end of the day, if you want to stall, I think that's how you do it. Oh, no. Good night.
Nope.
Good night. That's it. Unstoppable Force Killer Instinct. What do you do?
Look at a gray screen for about 35 seconds. Yeah, so I mean, even when they win, they lose. it is just constant backpedaling here, but Anda looking to try and catch Alorm. TP comes through.
That is going to be a TP coming in from Viper here. He does not have the ultimate available. Anda is going to be able to find the assassination, though. Palak Paneer, though, says that this Vayne doesn't get to play the game. Big T barely not able to keep him alive there, but it will be a return kill. Jin is able to find that one. Value trying to get his way through here, but Breezy is taking up the front line. Anda uses the Zanies, but is not going to be able to keep himself alive long enough. Fire has made it back into the fight. He has teleported in. He does not have the ultimate available either, and that is going to be the gravitational field that stuns him up. It's going to be... Oh no, Breezy, you gotta block those. A kill donated over, a bloody back and forth. But
just push S. They were just jiving back and forth instead of just standing still there. And that is really unfortunate. Now, granted, I still think Ablaze won that fight overall, but that was just a free kill given over. I do want to kind of talk about that and break that down because it looked like it was really going well a bit for ANEW as they were starting to kind of like, they got the shutdown on the Malphite. They got Palak Paneer after going in onto the Vayne. So it was working out really well for them, but they blew everything they had into that. And then came Raheen, who still had everything up, fully locked and loaded, ready to go. And Fire came in, almost turned things around, but unfortunately the soldiers were just not placed correctly.
oh my goodness, just the Gale Force and a Q coming in from Raheen. Palak Paneer coming in to make sure that the Condemn is not spelled doom for the Kaisa A to carry here. He will secure yet another kill onto Viper as this Vayne in the top lane has not been what we've needed to see this game so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna keep driving it home. I'm not sure about picking the Vayne, especially like they knew the Rengar was there, and you still picked the Vayne, like knowingly top lane. as well as leaving Malphite open. It's really setting yourself up for failure in a lot of ways.
Breezy stepping a little far forward, trying to get some ward coverage into the bottom side of the jungle, making sure that there's nobody sitting in that bush as he does find ANEW. They will be able to secure the bottom lane inner turret as well as the mid lane inner turret. This is just purely a tempo play coming out from Ablaze here. Nothing powering them up outside of just their ward coverage there.
Yeah, so, uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Goodbye. Yeah.
Good night.
You can't even really cast it. It's just a cat leaps on you and you're dead.
Welcome to why I permaban Rengar for quite a while in solo queue as an AD carry main. It is not a fun champion. When he decides that he doesn't like somebody, they just kind of die. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it because his auto Q combo follows Flash. And so this Rengar sitting at 9 and 4 and with a Sheen collector means that you're gonna die if you're a squishy. And we come back to it time and time again. Everyone on ANEW is squishy. Oh no.
My lord.
They're just styling at this point. It's almost a little mean.
Burst is in a healthy state in League of Legends, everybody. Just damage is not overtuned. It is not something that is just accessible to everybody. It's a totally balanced state.
It's a fun season that we have here in season 11, ladies and gentlemen. As we're
fun here.
We're having some fun here at Risen Esports. It is the 4th game of this series, and the Blaze is looking to end this one out in 3-1 fashion. We predicted that ANEW was going to try and was going to win this one out, but Ablaze coming in super strong here as the sister team, and they're slowly but surely working their way through this one. And surprisingly, a low gold difference. We do have an engage coming up by Alorm, though. Big T trying to stall for time, trying to bait this one out, and 5-Fire was able to stay alive, but they lost the life of their support, trading 1-for-1 at the end of the day. 5-Fire goes over the wall. He finds Dark Queen. He's not going to be able to finish that one off as the electric field does kill the Azir, but at the end of the day, ANEW is ready and available to finish that flash coming up. Viper and Or trying to get onto Alorm, but no, barely isn't able to finish off that one for himself, and Alorm is able to keep himself alive.
Yeah, Viper flashed forward on that, but the ult timed out, and without the ult, you lose a lot of move speed chasing people. So this is unfortunately not gonna get the kill there for Viper. Oh no, Palak knows. Palak is there.
Looking. Oh wait, but he did not get the insta kill. So close. Palak had the flash there. He did not get the insta kill, which means he does not get to walk away for free.
Oh my goodness, I just realized looking at this, 5-Fire started off 2-0. He is now 2-7.
Oh no. Oh
Goodbye,
no, that's
Big
gonna
T.
be Big T getting picked out as well. Raheen using the killer instinct to go in on that one, and the support is dead once again. Baron looking to be started up outside of Ablaze here.
Yeah, that should be a pretty easy Baron there. The vision is no longer available, although Palak Paneer rather getting a pretty deep in there and low. I don't know if they can safely do this anymore.
Yeah, Breezy coming in with a flank. Alorm does not find the unstoppable force. Vayne does get blown up instantly at the start of this fight, though. 5-Fire trying his best to kite this one out, but another Void Seeker comes in from Raheen. 9-0-3. He is popping off this series. He is able to redeem this one for the rest of his team.
And Jin will pull through here, and yeah, Raheen needs to block this. Friendship check. Does your buddy have your back?
SK check as well?
Yeah, S-key check. You guys have an S-key?
I have an S-key.
Good. Yeah, no, will. I mean, credit where it's due. They got a blue buff out of it.
They did. They also have dragon control.
Yeah, that one is an actual real one. Yeah, they do have the dragon control, but honestly, yeah, they just have to hope someone face checks here, and they might. Yeah, Breezy would be the one to do it.
They're looking for ye old fanatic death bush, and it's gonna be a Lorn that they see, but it is Dark Wings that they find. That is going to be an instant blow up there. Fantastic play. Breezy is trying to get his way out of this one, finds his way onto Anda, uses that killer instinct to try and back him up. Oh no, where did he go? Value is deleted as he gets completely evaporated. Alorum still has the ultimate available. Raheen gets a double kill for himself, and it was looking so good, but it's just too much engaged, too much damage coming out from the side of Ablaze here. They might be looking to end.
Yeah, Raheen 11-0-3, just absolutely getting all the kills in this game, and just will pop anybody who looks at him wrong.
I hate everything about that. That is a win soul on Palik Panir's Rengar, 10-4-3.
On the Kaisa too.
Oh, extra ultimates, extra move speed. Nobody's safe no matter where you go. If Rengar has ulti, you just die.
Yeah, and now Raheen will be able to go back and is sitting on a decent chunk of change. We'll get that BF sword there, and now this is... They're potting up, getting ready for the final fight here, and this is just do or die time for ANEW. They have to make some kind of miracle play. You can see Raheen just like 2 shots the red buff.
Did you see a red buff? I didn't see a red buff. I see Raheen has a red buff, but
I see is gonna die again.
Oh no, Fire, not like this. 2-9, make it 2-10. Oh! It was one auto, guys. It was one auto, guys. Like, how do we cast that? Raheen going in 1v5 literally in order to try and save his team. It is going to be Viper that's able to find the kill in return. He does use the ultimate in order to get it. Alorium is going to have to back away from this one, is able to speed his way through the wind tunnel, and a little bit of an overextension there coming in by a Blaze. They're feeling themselves, all right? 1000 eyes, they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Raheen took a look at the pockets of Fire and Big T and said, you guys are struggling. I get it. Oh, well, Breezy's flying again. Breezy's pulling out the flying hacks again. Meanwhile, in Rengar land, Palak Panir says, again. Panir comes around with his big bat to smash kids.
Did you think this was your jungle? I don't think so, He's just zoning ultimate. Doesn't even matter. He's already got a quarter of the way through on that one. It'll be up in about another 20 seconds. So Palak Panir really does not care. He can use it as a zoning ultimate because at 11-4, I'm not face checking that jungle. That's all I'm saying. No one on his team on ANEW's side should be face checking.
Rengar's just gonna push R and say it's 12 a.m. Do you know where your mid laner is? And then just absolutely annihilate Fire for the 17th time in the game.
Oh, that or Viper, because Viper has been feeling the rage of Palak Panir as well this entire game. Teleport force out of his ear just to keep himself safe there. He felt the collapse coming, and he knew he had to go.
Yeah, so that is the TP now burned. The tower is down. I mean, TP for, like 8 minions.
I will say, this game has slowed down quite a bit. We are at 3.5 minutes, and considering how strong the side of Ablaze feels here, it feels like they are struggling to find a way to end this game out. They have the ward coverage to push forward. They have the damage in order to kill whoever they want, but they seem to be struggling when it comes to these turrets, and it's not the best idea to be giving Azir and Vayne out, despite how poor their KDA looks. They are still farming. They are still scaling in. We're starting to hit those 60,000 gold point in the game, which is where a lot of players start rounding out their item composition. So gold differences at this stage in the game aren't going to mean too much here.
Yes, but even then it's still a rough composition to try and make work in a late game scenario, because look at how just obnoxiously tanky Alorum is. Like, this Azir and Nidalee are not going to do any damage to him, so he doesn't need to buy MR, and he has 373 armor.
I'm not saying that ANEW is going to pull this one back, but I am saying that death timers are also getting pretty long at 35 minutes into this one. So it is the difference.
If we get another Raheen face check like we did earlier, then something could happen. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, if we get another 1v5 skill check coming out of Raheem or Palak here, it could be the turnaround that we are looking for. Baron is going to be started up as well. This might be the opportunity that ANEW is looking for as Palak Paneer has popped the ultimate. He is running around. He is trying to find his way into the backside. This Jhin is ulting. This Jhin is very vulnerable, but he will sense the Rengar coming and is going to be able to back away from that one. Baron has been reset. Ooh, are they going to be able to finish this Baron?
Wait, they're able to solve this. Hold up.
Woo, they solved it.
This is actually good. This is actually good from ANEW here. They do force it out, but that is the Maokai ult used, and they're just going to restart the Baron again. Now, waves are pushing in the mid lane there. Oh, Breezy got caught.
Oh, no, Breezy. That is not a place you want to be caught out in. It is going to be
so
Viper trying to finish this one. Yeah, he pops the ultimate, and just like that, the Wind Soul comes into effect. Baron is dropping down extremely low. Are they going to be able to finish this one off? The Smite comes in, but it's going to be Raheen that is able to finish that one off. Meanwhile, Viper taking the 1v1. The Vayne loses it so far, but he has the GA available. He's going to be coming back to life in just a second. Here is Kai'Sa going to be able to find it the second time. He does.
Actually close.
Yeah, Darkwings goes down on the other side of this fight, though, as Palak Paneer goes for the ward, but not for the enemy. He pops the ultimate. Who does he find? He's going to find Fire for sure, but instead he goes for Enda. Zhonya's is able to keep him alive, though, and that is a great cancellation coming in by the Nidalee. Now, Palak Paneer is upriver without a paddle. He's trying to make his way away from 4 members. Alorum, you are all alone. Look at that move speed. He's got the dead man's. Oh, no, Raheen is back, though, and somebody goes down. First in this game is a thing, and Killer Instinct is not available. Gale Force is not going to be able to follow. Big T is going to be taking a lot of damage when he is on a killing spree. That is going to be yet another unstoppable force. A double, a triple. It is a full-on quadrant. No, it is just the triple picked up. I stand corrected. Just the triple picked up for the side of Raheen here, and it was looking so clean for a second, but a Blaze coming out guns a-blazing.
Yeah, and they're going to finish this game as, yeah, goodbye, Viper. And now that will be the game here coming through and the series. So congratulations to Blaze in a dominating game 4 here as they will close it out. It did take a while, but they were in control almost the whole time. And that will be them moving forward on to the semifinals.
A massive win here in Risen Esports for the side of a Blaze, or a new Blaze, the sister team, not even the main roster, the sister team coming out here and finding themselves a very nice victory. They are going to be moving on to the semifinals later this week versus Evil Genius's Prodigy, the third party coming out from the LCS team that everybody knows and loves. So it should be a very, very exciting series there. Honestly, if I'm looking at these teams, I got to give a huge shout out to Alorum. He has played the top side so phenomenally well here, playing the tank that his team needed and being the engage that they always relied on in order to win out a lot of these fights.
Fantastic stuff from both of these teams here, y'all. I gotta say here, man, this was dope to see the fact that the underdog team here that Blaze themselves come out all the way on top, a 3-1, though, which I know none of us here predicted, especially after the game 1 15-minute blowout, though. They change at the pace, they take all the way 40 minutes, and they scale for late. And then winning 3 games in a row, I gotta say, I am genuinely impressed, especially by firstly Balak Paneer, bro. Oh my God, you're making your name and the title of Rengar proud now, which is why understand me why most people insta ban Rengar for a very long time. But hey, if it works, it works. And I gotta say here, y'all, Malphite go Burr.
I mean, Malphite go in and Malphite go wherever he wants. Like, he just does what that is the only thing that matters right now, because this was a composition that had one goal, And that goal faltered super early on, and they did not push it through. And it was kind of the story of the series. They didn't push through on their early game win conditions, and all that Blaze had to do was stall.
It definitely felt like with without the ability to play tanks, to play hard engages for the side of ANEW, that their draft did a change. It did adapt to what was happening, but so did Ablaze here. And Ablaze saw that win condition of, hey, just put Alorum on tanks in the top lane, give him that engage that he needs so that we can win these team fights. And we saw, game one worked really, really well for ANEW 15-minute blowout, as you mentioned. But then from then on, once they were able to pick up those tanks on the top lane and say, you know what, we're going to play our own game with a weak side top and go for late game team fights, we saw ANEW go through an all early game assassin composition in game two. Then we saw some scaling picks like we did here in game four with the Azir and Vayne. And neither one of those worked because they were just simply lacking the team fight that we needed them to have there. Maokai did his best. And I got to give Big T some props here because he put a lot of work in, and we don't give him enough credit for how often he was able to save people's lives or disengage for his teammates or engage for his teammates. But it just wasn't enough playing the AP Maokai in order to make up for what a Malphite Ornn Poppy in the top lane can do.
Exactly. Just all that health can only do so much. You are still a friend of the tree here, being one yourself, but unfortunately, not everybody likes your trees, man. But with that all being said here, though, y'all, this has been a fantastic game to watch. I appreciate y'all coming by, watching these games, supporting both the new and new. And yet again, it is always a new win angle. So I'll go ahead and give both of you all a massive thank you for being here on the desk with me. Now, Thousand Eyes Icarus. Appreciate us casting, pushing through for the entire time. Big shout out to Caddy as well, our producer on the back end, making us look pretty. And thank you all for watching as well. With that all being said, I've been Ravishing Rabbit, the most ravishing brand on the internet. Thank you. Have a good night. Peace.
Woo!
We out. It's bedtime.
Thank